More, but once again, just check your cell phones, please. Cell phones, electronic devices, wristwatches, just make sure they're in silent mode. The judge comes in, we don't understand, we're gonna just remain seated, okay? Thank you.
Yeah, should be one.
Pleasure presiding. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Thank you, sir. My understanding, we're still awaiting Mr. Thompson's arrival into the building. As soon as we have him present, we'll begin the proceedings. So we'll stand at ease until
Court is now back in session, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. All right, again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get underway. Mr. Latour, Mr. Baum, further evidence from the state.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Jasmine Jasmine Torres back to the stand for her victim impact statement.
Yes, you guys.
If it's okay, could I stand?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Torres, do you recognize that you're still under oath?
Yes.
Very good. Mr. Latour.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Torres, we spoke a couple days ago, and you were not prepared at that time to do a victim impact statement. Are you now?
I am.
Okay, and with the court's permission, may she stand while she gives it, and she's more comfortable that way?
Yes, she may.
Let the court know what you would like for us to know.
Sorry. First off, good morning, Your Honor. And good morning to everyone here who came to support today. The person sitting in front of you, between his attorneys, face with no emotion, no remorse. That person right there, he doesn't deserve an inkling of a normal life. On October 13th of 2022, he decided to take that right, the right of a normal life, away from others. He made a conscious decision to brutally murder his brother, James, to kill his beautiful neighbor, Nicole, along with her precious fur baby, Sammy. This person's evil actions continued. He went on to severely injure Miss Lynn with the intent to kill her. And by the will of God, she thankfully lives today. The next victim is so near and dear to my heart. Look at me, Austin. My dearest husband, Gabe. He was a man who worked day in and day out to not only ensure the safety of his home, but the community and the country as well. You stole his life. You stole my life. You stole my daughter's life. You had no right. None. And Dustin, how dare you point your rifle at my friend? And although the trigger was never pulled, that's also a life that's forever changed. And it is unforgivable. You heard my screams. I know you did. I replay that day over and over and over in my head. And I was merely a few moments behind the shots that killed my husband. After Joyce Davin's testimony yesterday, or the day before, I can't remember, I can't shake the heavy feeling that you were crouched between those homes, trying to take aim at me. He just could not get enough of the action, clearly. So much so that he entered the Greenway and destroyed even more lives. Mary was set to be married. Sue was taken away from her husband and 3 baby boys. He caused a career-ending and life-changing injury to Mr. Clark. We both saw the video, the body cam footage in this courtroom yesterday. That man, he exemplified great leadership, great composure, and was sharp the whole way through. Thankfully, Mr. Clark is alive and with us today. But the truth remains that the Raleigh Police Department lost 2 amazing officers that day. Your Honor, camouflaged and ready to destroy lives. He knew exactly what he was doing. This was a monstrous act of planned violence. His camo outfit was perfect for his day to carry out the plan he had on that Greenway. His choice of weapons were meticulously selected. His clear knowledge of the human anatomy, what shots would sure be fatal, were not of pure coincidence. These actions did not come from a side effect of an acne medication. These actions were planned long before he began his use of this medicine. I sat in the crowd for the past 2 days as each witness and expert took their turn at the stand, and I watched as Austin showed no emotion, no interest in anything, unless it was to turn his head to see pictures of guns, ammo, or the body cam footage of Casey Clark. His interests in violence are very clear, even as he sits there and tries to look as harmless as he can. Even Ted Bundy was charming to some. Shortly after 5 p.m. on October 13th of 2022, the woman I once was, she died. The minute I began to register what had transpired in front of my home, I emerged from my sudden death as an entirely new woman. I had to take charge of a situation far more chaotic than my brain could even comprehend. The person I planned to spend the rest of my life with was slowly dying. And while I tried everything I could to help, the end result would destroy me forever. Anxiety, PTSD, sleep disruption, memory loss, depression, digestive issues, guilt, anger, dissociation, just to name a few. My daughter is now 5. She only knows her daddy through photos and videos and my recounting of his life with us. By the time she was 2.5, she knew her way through a sea of tombstones and could get to her daddy's resting place without my help. She hasn't stopped asking about or talking about her daddy. As she continues to grow older, the way she mourns her father changes. At 3 years old, she asked me where her daddy was. I explained he was in heaven. Family picture drawings included the 3 of us, but Daddy had wings. At 4, she must have overheard. Daddy was killed. She asked me how Daddy died. In the most appropriate way I knew how. I explained that a bad guy hurt her daddy, and because of that, he is now in heaven. By 4.5, I saw sadness on her face when we pulled up to a preschool classmate's birthday party. She looked at me and asked, "Do you think she has a mom and a dad?" I knew then that her little heart was piecing together that her daddy was missing from her life. She was understanding more. Just the other day, as I was tucking her in for bed, she was frustrated, holding a pillow cutout of her daddy. I asked her what was wrong. "It isn't real," she told me. And I felt it. She was given that pillow at 2 years old for comfort. And now it was stirring up pain. My 5-year-old, she doesn't deserve this. Her daddy loved her. He would be here. He would be helping with bedtime. He would be able to tuck her in. If it wasn't for you. This loss will grow as she grows. Kindergarten, daddy-daughter dances, birthdays, holidays, her first boyfriend, driving for the first time, graduations, wedding, bearing children. A daughter needs her dad. When you make your decision, I beg you to think about a life where your family members live amongst a monster such as the one here before you today. That monster should never be allowed anything remotely close to a normal life. He deserves to be kept locked away for the rest of his sad, pathetic days left on this earth. Not one of us surviving victims our families, our friends, our community should ever have to worry about a future where his barbaric self is set free. Life without parole for James Thompson, 16. Life without parole for Nicole Connors, 52, and Sammy. Life without parole for Gabriel Torres, age 29. Life without parole for Mary Marshall, age 34. Life without parole for Susan Carnass, age 49. A life with no hope. That's the conclusion of my victim statement. However, this morning, on my way out the door, I spoke to my daughter, my 5-year-old daughter, and I told her I was coming here today to speak to the man, the bad guy, who took her daddy away from her. She wanted to come. My 5-year-old, she wanted to come and speak to you. But I couldn't let her come be in the same room as you. So instead, she asked me to record her. And I'd like to share what Layla has to say. Because Layla is also a victim here, and she also has a voice. And you took her daddy. Sorry.
Take your time.
If you could, Layla, if you could talk to the person who killed your dad, what would you say to that person?
Say sorry to my dada. I miss him so much.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Does it hurt you that Dada's not here?
Yes. But I do have a hill of him.
You do?
Uh-huh. That makes me so happy.
It does, baby.
Uh-huh.
That's so good.
And I have a good friend there, Damien.
Yeah? Well, guess what? Today, Mommy's gonna talk to the bad guy, okay? And I'll tell him just how you feel, okay?
Okay. I feel sad about the real dad.
Yeah. Layla.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Torres. Mr. Torres, go.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next witness the state would call be Alan Thompson.
solemnly swear the testimony you give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
It will.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Thompson, once you're up there and as comfortable as you can be, you just introduce yourself, tell us your name.
Alan Thompson,
And how old are you, Mr. Thompson?
62.
And James and Austin were your sons, is that right?
That's correct.
How long did y'all spend were they born here in Raleigh?
Yes, both of them.
And had y'all lived anywhere else besides that home in Hedingham?
No.
Thank you for being here today and answering these questions. I think the first thing I'd like to talk to you about is, if you could, just to get it out of the way, I'd like for you to start with, could you walk us through October 13th, 2022?
Yeah.
Take your time. What were you doing? Did that day start off like a normal day?
Yes, it did. I did work for an interior decorator, and it was a long day. I stopped about 3:30 to get something to eat at a restaurant on Capitol Boulevard. And when I got through eating, I called James because I was going to the grocery store, and he didn't answer his phone. And so I called Austin. And Austin answered the phone, and I told him I'm going to the grocery store. I'm going to pick up 2 gallons of milk. Do you need anything? And in a regular calm voice, he said no. He said, I'm good. And I was a little ticked off at James because very rarely do I ever call or text him, and he didn't answer his phone. So I said, I won't say the exact words because I use them. But I said, well, just go ask James if he needs anything. So he said, okay. So about 5 or 10 seconds later, he came back and he said, no, he's good. I said, okay. I said, I'll see you guys soon.
Do you have any idea about what time that was?
Yes, it was 4:23.
And did you go to the grocery store?
Yes.
After you went to the grocery store, where'd you go?
Well, for some odd reason, they didn't have any milk, so I was driving around the back of the store, and a low tire pressure light came on. So I pulled the stop, I walked around, and my tire was half flat. So then I drove to a gas station. It was totally flat. It wouldn't take air. So I had to take all my tools out, get to my spare tire to put it back on, and then put my tools back in. And then in the meantime, I saw 2 highway patrol cars fly by. In Hedingham, it's 1/2 times the size of the city I grew up in.
Okay, so let me stop you there. So
Sure.
where this gas station where you were, where was that in relation to Hedingham?
That was right adjacent to Hedingham.
Okay. And you mentioned Hedingham, big area.
Right.
Okay. So you saw some highway patrol or some law enforcement drive by.
Mm-hmm.
Did that raise any concern for you at that time?
No, because Hedingham, it's a nice community. If someone has a health issue, the fire department will send the truck out, or a police officer, a car will go there. So it's nothing unusual because it's like a small city.
So were you able to repair that tire?
I was.
After you, or while you were getting that tire repaired or repairing it, did you have any conversation with James or Austin at that point?
Well, after I called the tire place to make sure they weren't too busy, on the way driving to the tire store, I called Austin and said, look, Austin, hey, I had a flat tire. I'm getting it repaired. I just to let you guys know, I saw 2 highway patrol cars fly by at the back entrance of Hedingham. I said, I don't know what's going on. I said, just hunker down and I'll see you guys later. And in a regular calm voice, he responded and said, okay.
Do you have any idea what time that was?
It was 5:08.
And so from that point, you've got your tire fixed. Where do you go next, or what do you do?
So while I'm getting my tire fixed, I saw on the wall they had TVs, and I'm seeing what's going on, but it's not my street. It's backside near the Greenway and things like that. So I just figured it's just like another day. Even though there's a lot of law enforcement, it never registered with me. Nothing. I had no concern. So while I was there, I called a neighbor. I said, if you would, because I tried to call Austin back a couple of times. He didn't answer his phone. So then I called a neighbor, said, if you would, just go across the street and check on him. And
had you tried to call James during that time?
No, because he didn't answer first time, and he was probably had his headset on because he was on the PlayStation, usually talking to people overseas, and had a good friendship going over there. I thought it was pretty cool.
Was that something that he did a lot?
Yeah.
Well, okay. So you actually had a conversation with Austin at that point?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And he sounded fine to you?
A regular convoys on both occasions.
So you call the neighbor. What happens next?
So he comes back. He said nobody didn't answer the door. So I said, okay, maybe James has his headset on. Maybe Austin's out playing somewhere. Still not alarmed. And so I kept watching TV, and I saw more police involvement there. And so I called 911 to say, in other words, because they were checking homes. I said, well, if you would, just do a wellness check. Because I think Lewis, I thought he was going to go to work like in the afternoon, like a normal would.
And that's your neighbor?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm still not alarmed at all. Not concerned. I mean, I know my sons very well. And so then after I made that phone call, my vehicle was fixed, and to just let you know I wasn't concerned, I went to someone's house and did repair work in Nightdale. Still not concerned. And so when I got through doing the work there, then I started heading back home, and I had a problem trying to get home because the roads were so busy or blocked off.
Okay.
And so then eventually I made my way back to Hedingham, and I was right at the lake. And I received a phone call from 911, and they said, have you talked to Austin? I said, no. And I asked them, I said, have you done a wellness check? And they said, no. And I was starting to get I was getting upset then. I said, well, how come? It's been like an hour and a half. So they said, can you get to your house? And I said, well, I'll go the back way as best I can, which I normally don't go that route, which as soon as you cross the lake, you turn right. I just normally would go to the very end. So anyway, when I drove, I parked at the base of Castle Pines and Sahalee Way, which I never go that way. I stopped there, and
was there a special reason you stopped there?
Well,
was that as close as you could get, or
there was a lot of police officers there, and so I stopped there, and it was Lieutenant Rigsby. He came over, and I explained to him who I was, and I walked up to him, and like I said, I'm still upset because they hadn't gone into my house. I said, here's the keys to my house. I said, go up there and check and see if my sons are being held hostage. So he goes up, he comes back down, and he said it's under investigation. I said, well, let me explain something to you. I said, this is Raleigh city limits. Your Raleigh Police Department. I said, who's over this investigation? I'm really getting upset now. And so I remember there was 5 folks to the left, Zebulon's SWAT team. They were standing over to the left. And then about a few minutes later, a white car drives up. And this man about my height gets out of the car, and he's talking to me. And then I can't recall his name. He said, I'm Chief of Internal Affairs. And
at this point, what are you thinking is going on? Do you have any idea?
Mm-mm.
Have you talked to Elise at all?
I did talk to her one time, I think, when I was at the tire place, and they asked her where she was, because normally she would be home at that time.
Okay.
Because my schedule's sporadic. I'm working long hours helping people out. That's just who I am. And so she said she was on the way home. So that's another reason I'm not concerned. I know my sons. I mean, I know them very well. So
you're there, and law enforcement is starting to talk to you.
Right. And they asked me, they said, have you, that's why I know the times distinctly. They said, have you talked to Austin? I said, of course I have. I said, I pulled up my phone. I said, look, I talked to him at 4:23 and at 5:08. He said, okay. And the rest is kind of a little blurry because I was in shock when they told me, and it didn't register with me. They said, well, Elise, she went in the house and she found James. When she found James, I'm just assuming, okay, she found James. And then somehow in the conversation, kind of, even though he told me that he's dead, it doesn't register, okay? It doesn't register at all. And so then they said that they had to sedate her and take her to the hospital. And I said, okay. And they said, Austin, he's going. They said about Austin's missing. And I said, oh, well, let me join the search party. And they said, you can't do that. They said, we'll take you to the hospital. So they took me to the hospital. And that's where I met Elise there. She was, she just coming to at that time.
And while you were, how long did you stay at the hospital there, if you remember?
That night?
Yeah.
I was there the whole night. But we lived at the hospital for 3 weeks.
At some point that evening, did you find out what had gone on, what had happened?
When I was there with Elise, there's like 3 or 4 police officers there, and there's a lady who lives in the neighborhood. She's the one who actually went in the house. She told me that. She hugged my neck. And then one of the police officers, they told me, they said, we found Austin. He's in a shed. I said, well, let me go talk to him. And he said, you can't do it. I said, let me go and talk to him. I can get him out of the shed. And they refused. They said, we can't let you do that.
At some point, did you learn that Austin had been taken to the hospital?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And how long was Austin in the hospital?
He was in the hospital for 3 weeks.
And after those 3 weeks, where did he go?
He went to a detention center that has the best medical facilities in the system, and they've done a really good job with him.
Imagine when law enforcement was talking to you, did they ask you questions about, concerns you might have had about him, or warning signs, or red flags, or anything like that?
They didn't ask me, but there were no signs.
I think you mentioned that seemed like a normal day before that.
Every day was normal.
Were you, and I imagine after this, law enforcement had questions for you, wanted to meet with you. Were you cooperative with those?
Of course I was. Ask Billy. We got back into the house on a Monday, and they released James's body that day. And so we were making arrangements for James, and I called him Billy, the detective. I'm sorry, I know him first name basis. And he said, Alan said, we need to meet with you sometime at a convenient place because we need to get some information from you. I said, look, you can come up to the funeral home now. I said, I'll be glad to meet with you. So he came up with another detective, and he had a clipboard. He had 2 sheets of paper, and he said, Alan said, I need for you to sign these forms so we can get Austin's medical and academic records. And I said, Billy, look, I said, I'll sign anything you want, but you got to make me a promise. I said, you promised me you'd find out why he did this. And he said, I will. And so I signed the forms.
And you met with them, you answered their questions, you gave your cell phone over.
Yes.
Elise gave her cell phone over.
Mm-hmm. We volunteered after they interviewed us. Our attorneys didn't prep us, and I don't expect to. We had no secrets. And after we got through being interviewed, they said, "Can we have your phones?" I said, "Sure." I need to get mine back that afternoon because I used mine for work. So we voluntarily gave our phones, I don't know, 11 o'clock, and got them back at around 4:30 that day.
Okay. After that day, you continued to go see Austin, right, while he was in the hospital?
Yes.
He had some significant injuries, right?
Yes.
And while he was in the hospital, was there always a police officer or somebody sitting there or nearby?
Yes.
When you were there in the hospital with Austin, did his condition improve?
It took at least the first 2 weeks because he was out of it. I mean, he had a traumatic brain injury, and it was weird because I'm looking at him and he was just staring straight ahead. I mean, he had this big staples going around here. His brain was fragmented, and there was a board on the wall, and he said he saw animals on the wall. And it's just weird when you see your son. You always known him, and he's saying these crazy things like that. And I had to walk out the room a couple times because I just didn't understand it.
At some points, did he became improved to the point where you could have some conversations with him?
Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Kind of I think you described it maybe before. It's kind of miraculous.
It's a miracle. Yeah. I mean, he was brought in the hospital and met with us that night, and I thought I'd never say the words, but I said, "Pour the plug on him. I don't want a vegetable." And they said, "We have to do everything we can because we've seen miraculous things happen." And I was thinking, he's going to be a vegetable. And the first 2 weeks, the best I can recall, it's been 3 years, he slowly was coming around, and you could start seeing some progress, but first 2 weeks. Mm-mm.
And it's been a process. Now, are you able to have fairly normal conversations with him?
Yes.
You still visit him frequently?
As much as I can.
Bring him books to read and things like that?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about Austin. Growing up, did he have any health issues or concerns?
No.
Overall, pretty healthy?
He was healthy.
Was he ever involved in any car accidents or anything like that?
No.
I think when James was younger, you and Elise took him to get evaluated for ADHD. Is that right?
Yes. He had a lot of energy.
Okay. All right.
And so anyway.
And he was younger, right? I mean, how old was he about when that happened?
I think he was in 2nd grade, 3rd grade.
Okay. And that was because you had noticed kind of this activity, wanted to get him kind of seen by somebody to see if there were any issues. Is that fair to say?
Well, the overall thing is this. When my sons went to school, I always met with the teachers up to COVID. And I said, "Look, I support you folks. Here's my email address. Here's my phone number. If you have something to come up, you email me. If it's urgent, you give me a phone call." I never got a phone call.
Okay.
But anyway, James was very active. And anyway, I had him be moved up to the very front where the teacher was. And if there was trouble in the room, somebody was, want to have fun, he could find them like a magnet. And so anyway, I'd have him to the front. And so then they said, let's get him evaluated. And we took him, and, naturally, people want to prescribe medicine. I'm not really a medicine type of guy. And so anyway, he was on it for maybe, if I had to guess, 5 or 6 years. And I said, I'm taking him off because I don't want him to be labeled as, I don't know what it's called, 503, 504 in the school system. But the guy was already making great grades. Both of them were making great grades. They were honor students, A/B honor roll. I mean, all through middle school, all up through high school.
And did you ever have anything like that with Austin?
No, matter of fact, if anything, James was he got into things more than Austin by far, because when he was, 3, 4 years old, he thought a girl in daycare was like steak, so he would bite her. So eventually we had to move him out to another daycare. Austin was fine. James is the one that had a real, I didn't understand it, but both of them were two fine little boys.
Well, I guess the question is, did any of the teachers that Austin had ever come to you like they had done with James and say, hey, maybe he needs to be evaluated for X, Y, or Z?
No.
And you mentioned that Austin did well in school. Do you happen to know what his favorite subjects were, or subjects that he particularly excelled in?
No, but I can tell you this, 2 days before the tragedy, both of them had to come home with straight A's. James ended up with having a 4.1 grade point average. He was top 7% of his class. Austin had a 3.9 grade point average, and he was top 9% of his class.
And that was consistent their whole time being in school. They always got good grades.
Yes.
And was that something that y'all stressed at home, or was that something that they just kind of did on their own?
Both. I just said, as long as you do your best, that's all I can ask. And I didn't really have to say that much to them. They were self-driven.
Even during COVID, I mean, we're talking about, back in 2020 and 2021, where there's some remote years of school. Did they still maintain good grades? And
They did. The thing about COVID was this, is that before COVID, they'd go out and play basketball and football. They always had a good time playing in the neighborhood. When COVID came, nobody went outside. Even after school, everybody returned back to school. People didn't come out in the neighborhood. They just didn't.
And was that something that they had done, as you mentioned, they would play outside a lot? What kind of things would they do outside?
Well, kick the soccer ball. I mean, I was out there with them when I got home, but they would throw the soccer ball, throw the baseball, throw the football, play basketball in the neighborhood, dribble in our driveway, bounce it off the wall, get to the swimming pool.
They have bikes ride around the neighborhood?
We had bikes ride around the neighborhood.
Did they have any friends that were, kind of their best friends, or people that you saw a lot?
Well, they had some down the street, and there was some near the pool. There was a basketball goal there, and then there was 2 blocks over where they'd play.
These were like kind of neighborhood kids?
Right.
Did Austin did you ever hear of or know of any bullying incidents where he was being bullied at school or elsewhere?
2 times it did happen.
And about when was that, if you recall?
Both of them occurred in 6th grade.
And that would have been in middle school?
Yes.
And were those things did those happen at school?
One happened at school. The other one was when he was getting off the bus.
And were those incidents, were those significant incidents, or were they kind of kids being bullies and then it got handled? Or describe it for us.
Well, the first one in the 6th grade, I was called because Austin was in the principal's office. So I go there, and what happened is that there was a set of twins that had been bullied the whole year. And so Austin was with one of his friends, and his friend had a pack of chewing gum. When you pull it out, it's got a spring to it, okay? So his friend had given it to Austin, and Austin was just joking around with the twins and say, hey, here's this, and they won't take it or something like that. And so when Austin got up, one of the twins had were on their knees, and the other one pushed them backwards.
Okay.
So when they called me there, I'm all about being fair and equal. So I go there, and the assistant principal met with me, with us in a conference room. The assistant principal was here, I was here, Austin's here, the two twins were here, and the father was over there. And so the assistant principal asked what had taken place, and the twins, they were just quiet. So I asked Austin, tell me what happened, because I don't play those kind of games. So he explained what took place, just like I explained to you. And so anyway, they asked the twins, and that's when the twins said they'd been bullied and everything, and it kind of just come to the forefront where today's the day.
Right.
Austin just had to be the guy. The father didn't say anything, so they were just going to kind of brush it underneath the rug. And so anyway, I said, let me go on the record. And I looked at the assistant principal, and I looked at Austin, and I said, Austin, if this happens to you again, I said, you make sure that they pull you off the next time this happens. Because if they're not going to address it at school, and the school was great, okay, I'm not knocking it, but that particular day it sat well with me when they didn't properly address it with him.
Okay. And then there was an incident on the bus.
Mm-hmm.
That was in 6th grade as well.
Right. So anyway, when I came home, somehow it came up, Austin got pushed off the bus. So I asked what happened on that occasion, and he said, when I got off the bus, he pushed me. And I said, well, what happened? He said, he just did. I said, okay. I said, where does the person live? And they lived about five houses down. I said, come with me, Austin. So we walk down, I knock on the door, the man answers the door. And I explained to him who I was. I said, it's my understanding your son pushed my son. He said, well, hold on for a second, let me go get him. Everything was a calm conversation. He calls his son comes up there. He said, did you push this man's son when you got off the bus? He said, yes. He said, well, I'll deal with you later. And that's what it was. So I said, Austin, you can go on home. And what's kind of ironic about the whole thing is that the man was very nice. He worked, I get to know people. I'm just an extrovert at times. He worked at Central Prison. He explained to me how things, how folks act in that place. And I said, yeah, I always tell my sons, you don't want to end up there. Even when I drove home, we'd see, Pullen Park, you don't want to end up there, guys. Going back home. This is where you don't want to end up here. And look where we are. So, but no.
Besides those two incidents, no other incidents?
No.
And you were here when Elise testified, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she described that James and Austin had a good relationship with one another.
Oh, they did.
Is that fair?
That's true.
How would you describe Austin's relationship with his mom?
They get along great.
How about his relationship with you?
Oh, I got along great with both of them. I mean,
Right.
they were my best friends.
Right. And besides just getting along with, would you describe? Were you able to tell who Austin might have been closer with?
We all had our own time with them. Because I'm self-employed, I can get off when I need to. If they're out of school, it's not like I'm gonna keep working and they're at home. So I could go and do things with them. With her, just like when I was in the corporate world for 34 years, she has a set amount of vacation time. So when they were off, I'd take them out and we'd go on trips, go to my mother's house or go to different places.
And some of the things you would do with Austin and James involved going hunting.
Mm-hmm, sure.
Right? And is that something you grew up doing?
At an early age 11.
Okay. Where did you grow up?
in Columbus County.
And was that something that you introduced to them, or kind of around the same age as you were when you got introduced to it?
No, they were later.
Okay. About when, if you remember?
James was 13 and Austin was 12.
And how did that start? What did you do?
Well, when they were about 8, 9 years old, they get a BB gun. Just like when I was growing up, I got a BB gun. And so we just go out and shoot little paper targets and stuff like that.
Okay. And when they got to be 12 and 13, did you take them hunting first, or did you take them kind of to a range, or how did that?
Well, when they take them back home, it's we don't own the land, but it's owned by relatives, and so it's the same property that I've always been on. And so we'd go target practicing. We always practice gun safety. That's from day one, just like my daddy did me. I raised my sons the same way I was raised. It's gun safety. And so we target practice, and so they can get comfortable being around a firearm. And then later on, it started with a 22, and then later on a 12-gauge shotgun, just like the way I was raised.
Okay. And at some point, did y'all start hunting?
Yes, it was in 2019, 2020, somewhere.
What kind of things did you guys hunt?
Well, we took him out squirrel hunting, but really, real hunting was when we went duck hunting, turkey hunting, and then we went dove hunting.
And of the two boys, who I guess took to that, more than another, if so?
Well, all three of us went. Maybe last year, maybe Austin and I, we went more than James.
Okay. And was this something that they were good at?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And to the extent that at some point did you take Austin to a range to practice?
Yes. Back in 2019, we were out in a swamp just target practicing. Saw a bottle in a swamp, so we shot it. And I had my pistol. I shot it a few times, and Austin had never shot it before. And so anyway, he said, "Can I shoot it?" And I said, "Well, here's some ear protection." And when you're shooting, he was almost as accurate as I was, which I couldn't believe. And so that's how that started.
Okay. And was that going to a range? Was that something y'all did regularly, or was that something that?
No, well, that's out on the farmland.
Okay.
Out in the swamp. There's no range there.
Okay. Did you ever take him to a range here around Raleigh?
I took him probably 3 or 4 times when I went.
And is that one of those situations where you bring your own guns to use, or do you get to use some of the guns that they have there?
You can bring your own, but you can rent some if you want to.
Okay. And what did you guys choose to do?
I took my Smith & Wesson, and then I have a Sig Sauer 365.
And you mentioned that you were big on gun safety. Did you have the boys do classes, or was that something that was just kind of knowledge passed down?
Yeah, knowledge passed down. Always.
Now, would the hunting and shooting, was that something that the boys asked you to do that, or was that just kind of something that was, it's this season, let's go ahead and get a trip on the books or something like that?
It was just, I took them to Columbus County so they could experience the same childhood I did. And we did everything the same way I did. You fishing during a certain season, you go fishing, you go to the mountains, you go to the beach, whatever season it is. And it's just by the calendar.
Did y'all ever do any camping or anything like that? Or?
In hotels.
Was that something that they were interested in at all, or
Nah, I don't think so.
okay. Not with you anyway?
Nah,
Okay.
nah.
Did they ever decide, camp out in the backyard or do anything like that?
No, the closer we got to camping, we went into Austin's room and we took a bed sheet and we set it up, have a little tent when they were like 9 or 10 years old.
Okay. All right. Did and I may have asked you this, but did Austin have any specific close friends that you knew of? A certain kid that would come around the house, or that he would go to his house, or anything like that?
No, not really. James neither, because they enjoyed going out, playing, or after COVID, since people didn't come out, they were more driven on being on PlayStation, so they talked to their friends. James talked to more people overseas, which I thought was pretty cool, different countries, and Austin, he spoke to more people here in the United States. So that, you might say, that's their new friendship, because during COVID, that's where your friends are, and it just kind of had a continuation.
Okay, and that was those games that you were talking about that they got to play.
Right.
Okay. And Elise mentioned that both of the boys had cell phones. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Do you remember when Austin got his cell phone?
He got his the Christmas of 2019.
And was that something that he had been looking forward to getting?
Yes, but I was teaching. My daddy died at age 53 at a young age, and so I was preparing them for life without me since they were little. And so when Austin got his phone for Christmas, I told him he's got to pay the monthly bill.
Okay.
And so, earlier than that, I was teaching them to, if you want something, you work for it.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this then: did he work? Did Austin work, or have a job, or did he?
Yeah. So those guys were something else. They had James set up. First of all, he set up a golf ball stand in our backyard because it's back to the fairway. It's because at an early age, he and I, we used to go golf ball hunting. And so anyway, we got in the woods, pick up golf balls, and I was pretty avid golfer. So anyway, he started selling golf balls. And then he came in the house one day. He said, "Hey, you got this money." I said, "Where'd you get it from?" He said, "I was selling golf balls." I said, "Do what?" So I saw a stand. So anyway, he started saving money, and then Austin heard about, hey, you can make money. Hey, I'm gonna go out there and work. So they started selling golf balls. Then some golfer came by and said, "Why don't you sell lemonade?" So anyway, I said, "Look, this is age 8 or 9. I was teaching them business. I will French you the money, but you'll pay me back." Okay. So they started it, and so they made money from the golf ball, lemonade stand. Then when I did jobs, I told them, if you go with me, I'll give you 10%. And sometimes they ask me how much I'm going to charge. And the money that you found with him, all of it but $20 was his. And I knew he kept it because he liked to hold on money. But $20 was on James's nightstand where he helped me on a job.
And so, what types of things would you get Austin to help you with?
Just repairs. I do residential and commercial work here in Wake County.
All right. And I think we've heard Elise said that you were a handyman, kind of jack of all trades.
Sure.
And was Austin handy?
Oh yes. Mm-hmm.
Did they have a bank account or credit cards or anything, or were you the bank?
No, I was not going to be the bank, because if I die, you're gone. So they had an account, and James had saved money for a car, and it's going to go to college. Austin had an account, and he had some money in it, and then he had money he kept in his room.
Were they able to just spend the money as they wanted, or did y'all have some parameters on that as parents?
Well, James, he was pretty tight. He never really wanted to spend money. Everything he would say, "Here's this, put it to my account, put it to my account." Austin, he's like 50-50. He's going to spend, and other time he'd save.
Did they have their own cards to use?
No.
I think you just mentioned that James had been saving for a car. Was there anything that you knew of that Austin was saving up money for or really wanted?
Well, see, James is older, so we would talk about different things like college and stuff like that because he was getting closer to that time period.
Right. There wasn't any. I mean, was Austin into anything? You know, skateboards, motorbikes, computers, anything like that he would want to spend his money on?
You know, I don't know whether it's candy or different games you can put into PlayStation.
Okay. During the you're aware during the investigation, officers, police located some firearms and ammunition in your house. Can you describe, what they found, why you had that?
Well, as most people know, I have had 11 taken out of the house. Out of those 11, I think only 3 or 4 of them I'd actually purchased. The rest were family firearms, like my daddy's pistol, my mother's pistol, my daddy's .22 rifle. He had another .22 rifle. He had a 12-gauge shotgun. Those are kind of floating around the families that I'd recently acquired. And then, believe it or not, I had one customer. His father passed away, and he gave me his 12-gauge double-barrel shotgun.
Okay.
One of our customers, because he knew my family and I would like to go hunting. And I said, no, you pass it down to your family. He said, I'm not going to have children. You met my partner. I want you to have it.
Okay.
I said, okay.
And there was one that it seemed to be not even assembled yet. Was that?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What was the story with that one?
That one I was going to give him Austin for Christmas so he could use it when we went duck hunting.
And there was a lot of ammunition that law enforcement found in your house. Was there a reason that there was so much there?
Yes. On the surface, it would seem like it's a lot. But unless people knew what was going on during the pandemic, you could not find ammunition 9mm on the shelves anywhere. If you found it, you better buy it. And on top of that, the price was going up on ammunition so much that to me it's just better investment than buying mutual funds. And so if I found it, I would buy it. And that's the reason why there was so much there. And on top of that, I don't know, what was it, 20 million firearms sold. So when these firearms are sold, people were going to get ammunition. So that's the reason why there was so much there. It's not like I just want to go out and stockpile, as people would say. I wasn't doing that.
Okay. Was it, and you've seen some photographs of some of that ammunition in lunch, like plastic bags, Ziploc bags. Was that a way that you kept was that normal in your home?
No, that never. I never used a Ziploc bag for anything. It's always in its boxes. The only Ziploc bag that ammunition was kept in was in my safe. It was the 6 bullets that came out of my daddy's pistol, and it's for sentimental purposes.
And was there and that was just kind of left that was in your closet. We saw some photographs. So the boys both had long guns in their rooms. Was there a reason that you didn't have all this stuff in a gun safe or locked up somewhere?
Yeah, right. I raised my sons the same way that I was raised. Yeah, firearm safety. Then on top of that, a lot of folks might not know, but above age 12, you can be in possession of a long rifle. And so if I'm not home, or Elise is not home, I would hope that they would be able to protect themselves if someone came to the house, because law enforcement, they know I support them, but there's only so many of them that can respond so fast. And so I would want them to be able to protect themselves if someone ever came into the house.
And had you had, you ever have any issues with that you knew of with the boys, you know, accessing your guns or using them or playing with them in a way that wasn't safe?
No.
Now, obviously, we're in a different spot now than you were back then, and you've had some time to think about all that has happened, I imagine. It sounds like you expressed to Detective Tripp that you wanted to get an answer to the question why. Looking back, was there anything that you can think of that you feel like now might have been cause for concern with regards to Austin?
No. There was, I would have addressed it just like at school, I would have addressed it. I would not have hesitated a bit.
Did he have any changes in mood over that period of time or with his attitude?
There was no signs. If there was going to be any signs, it would definitely have been during those 2 phone calls. I mean, even to this day, I do not understand how, first of all, how you can kill your brother. I mean, the other victims, I feel sorry for them. Okay, that's not to be said, but how can you do that? Dragging 90 feet, because I walked it off. He's 161 pounds. He weighed 100, and Austin was 126 pounds. When I talk to you, how can you talk to me in a calm voice and not be in shock, breathing heavy, or anything else? And the second time I talked to him, my understanding is, from reading different things, he was on the run. He wasn't even breathing hard. How can you do that? I don't know how it's even possible. It's unbelievable. I still don't understand it.
And he hadn't had any behavior issues?
None.
And he had been on this medication for about a year, the acne medication.
Best I can recall, yeah.
And did he ever have any, did he complain to you, or did you notice any changes?
None.
Did he have any, did you know about whether or not he was, was he really into true crime or serial killer shows or games or anything like that?
No, because I mean, some people, I guess I didn't look at their electronics because I had really no reason to. You think there's something coming, or if you hear something, you would check it, right? But I know when I went to college, parents had been so stringent. When they went to college, they just went crazy. I mean, so in other words, you got to give them a little bit of rope and everything, and you keep building that trust up. There was no signs at all.
Okay,
None.
And you trusted Austin.
I trusted both of them.
Right. And Austin hadn't given you any reason to not trust him. Is that fair to say?
No.
At some point after this investigation, I guess it kind of tapered off a little bit. You still maintain communication with law enforcement, is that right? With Detective Tripp?
I've been fully cooperative the entire time. That's well known.
And when was there a time where you found something in Austin's room that you thought that law enforcement might need to know about after this?
Yeah, we were. Alicia and I were cleaning up the rooms, because when law enforcement came in, they had to do their jobs. I'm not saying anything negative. The rooms were kind of turned up and down, so we were sorting things out. And so anyway, I was going through drawers, just pulling things out, trying to get them straightened out, and I came across chapstick. So I'm thinking, well, maybe I could use it or something. So I popped it open, and I didn't see chapstick. So I looked inside, and there's little pieces of paper or something. So anyway, I took it out and I sat on the sofa and started pulling it out. And I didn't understand what it was and tried to pull up on my phone, research. I said, what is this? And so I don't know. I turn it over to my criminal attorneys, and I said, look, I need you to give this since I represent. I need you to give this to law enforcement.
Okay.
And so they turn it over.
They got it to detective.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But it was, you didn't know what it was, but you thought it might be something they want to know about.
That's right.
Okay. Mr. Thompson, thank you for answering all these questions and taking your time today. Before I get to kind of my last question, I want to give you a chance to talk about James. My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, but James was into sports. Is that right?
That's correct.
What kind of sports was he into, and what kind of athlete was he?
He was a great athlete. James, he was special from day one. Because first of all, he's my first child. When he was born, at least she did not like it when I said this, but I said he has big hands, big feet, and he's strong. He had to peel his left hand off the nurse's arm, and you can see the whites in his hand. But he could do a one-arm foot push-up when he was 5 years old. He was on I-9 soccer team and made him the captain. He was the best in the league. That's a fact. And they won the championship. That year and the next year, he was on Hedingham swim team. The second, and he was swimming different events. That second year, they went undefeated. So now he's got 2 championships by the time he's 7. Then in the second grade, he got the Presidential Physical Fitness Award. In the 4th and 5th grade, he represented Millbrook Elementary High School in one event when they were participating against 26 other schools. Now Austin, he represented them two events, and the next year 3 events. But then I coached them in upper basketball. Austin was on that team. A 10-year anniversary this year. We were 8-1, best in the league, and then intramurals, he 6th and 8th grade. His intramural team, he was quarterback. They won. He threw for 3 touchdowns, ran for 1, and then he threw for 4 touchdowns, ran for 2, and he was voted most athletic in the 6th grade.
And those were things he enjoyed doing that.
Mm-hmm.
He enjoyed being on those teams. Fair to say, Austin was a little less outgoing.
He didn't get involved in his sports, but he had the skills.
Right.
He had the skills.
This wasn't something that you preferred.
You were right. I mean, yeah.
James did well in school.
Yes.
Was practicing driving.
I took him to my hometown 4 times. First time we didn't have a right birth certificate, and finally the 4th time he got his learner's permit on my birthday when I turned 59. He got it same place I did on my 59th birthday. He's a very good driver from day one. I told him the only thing he had to work on is anticipation. Don't worry about the car in front, the one in front of it. You couldn't ask for any better.
Well, like I said before, Mr. Thompson, thank you for answering these questions. I want to give you the opportunity to tell the court what you would like the court to know about how this has impacted you, the loss of James, how it's affected you and your family.
Sure, I'll see if I can read this. On January 10th, 2006, Elise and I welcomed our first child, James Roger Thompson, into our family. 17 months later, on June 10th, 2007, she gave birth to Austin David Thompson. We felt blessed to have 2 healthy babies, especially since we were older parents. For 16 years, we enjoyed being with them and watching them grow up through the different stages of life. From crawling to taking the first steps, saying the first word ball for both of them, to going from daycare to middle school through COVID and into high school. Those were the best 16 years of our lives. They were our world. Reading the book Brown Bear, What Do You See was our favorite time at night when they were little. As time went by, our bonds with them grew even stronger. After a long day at work, they could make you feel great by the smile on their face when you picked them up from daycare or school, and they would come running to you saying, "Daddy" or "Mommy." As they got older, it was a great end to the day to walk into the door to them before sitting down to eat dinner as a family. As they got older, there were so many successes, whether it was good grades in school, an excellent decorated Christmas cookie on Christmas Eve, a particularly excellent basketball shot, catching their first fish, or playing video games together. There were so many good times. They especially like the tradition of going to Goodberry's on the last day of school. Elise and I were elated when people would stop us in the mall and tell us we have two cute boys. Over the years, we enjoyed the holidays, from Easter egg hunts in the neighborhood, jet skiing on Falls Lake, and setting off fireworks on the 4th of July, trick-or-treating in the neighborhood, and going to Grandma's house for Thanksgiving and Christmas lunch. We helped James and Austin with our lemonade and guapo stand when they were 8 and 9 years old. They were always coming up with something. Throughout the years, we went to the beach in the summer, mountains in the fall, collegiate and professional sporting events, historical sites, fishing, hunting, ziplining, swimming pool and lakes, amusement parks, and the state fair to play games, ride rides, and eat the crazy foods. James and Austin loved the Oreo funnel cake, cotton candy, and lemonade. I enjoyed teaching them how to play basketball, soccer, baseball, golf, tennis, and football. They both enjoyed playing and watching sports. We attended church regularly, served on several committees, involved in mission work, participated and coached church basketball. Elise loved making their Halloween costumes, taking them for ice cream on Sundays, taking them to the pool and parks, and helped them with their clothes and homework. As they got older, they enjoyed playing on the Xbox 360 and later to their PlayStation, where they met people across the United States and overseas. Prior to the pandemic, they enjoyed playing football and basketball in the neighborhood and going to the pool. We were close to our boys. They were both such good sons. You couldn't ask for any better. On October 13th, 2022, Elise and I experienced a parent's worst nightmare. That afternoon, we lost our entire family. We do not know why Austin murdered his brother and shot 6 other people. From the night of the tragedy forward, we have been fully cooperative with the Raleigh Police Department in the hope that we would receive an answer to why Austin did this from their investigation. To date, it still remains unknown to me why this tragedy occurred. We lost both of our sons in one afternoon. I cannot even begin to describe the pain we feel every day. We're just trying to do the best we can. I'm not sure I will ever be able to reconcile the boy I knew with the one that committed this crime. The boy I knew for 15 years would never have done this. The note he left behind doesn't make sense to me. None of it makes sense to me. I know he did it, but it's like it's two completely different people. I want to apologize to the other victims for the pain that Austin has caused their families. I've spoken to relatives and friends who have lost their children and loved ones who are trying to provide me comfort. For some of them, it's been a few years, and the others, it's been a few decades since they experienced their loss. They have told us that the pain will never go away, but over time we will find peace. I hope that I can find peace someday, though it seems hard to believe that I will. I imagine that you all feel the same way. So I want to say that I'm sorry for your pain and that I hope that one day you will find peace.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Okay. Question. Mr. Thompson.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Take a breath and let me know when you're ready.
Okay. Good.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Thompson.
Good morning.
I want to talk for a few minutes about something we didn't talk a lot on direct about, which is Austin today.
Okay.
How often have you been able to see him since he's been at the detention center?
We've been there every time that we could see him.
And how often is that?
In the summer, because staffing, they stopped the visitation. But before that, we would see him once every Sunday.
And so you were able to spend time with him in person?
Yes.
And do you also talk to him on the phone?
Yes.
And what is your relationship with Austin like since this happened?
Well, I don't expect people to understand this, but I love my two sons, and I always will love my two sons. But my relationship with Austin's changed because of what he did.
When you can, tell me how your relationship has changed.
Well, my whole life has changed. I mean, the things that we were planning to do together, James, Austin, and I, just going on different trips like we always had, and discussions we had about going to college, not so much what you're going to major in. We hadn't gotten that far down the road, but all those dreams are gone. And so when James died, part of me died, and with Austin, I mean, I still love him, but I just don't understand why. I can't. The problem I have, I can't put the two and two together. The person I raised and the person who did these things, I can't put them together.
Mr. Thompson, focusing on the Austin that you've known since this event,
Right.
can you put that Austin with the person that committed this offense?
I'm sorry, I don't understand. I'm sorry.
Does your knowledge of him now make it make sense?
No. I don't understand it. I mean, there were no signs. There were no signs, and that's the scary part. There were no signs at all. If there was, I mean, and I'd avoided them, I wouldn't be here today. I've said it before. I wouldn't be here today because I've got to live with the guilt.
And Mr. Thompson, after all of this is over, he'll certainly go to prison. He's already pled.
Mm-hmm.
Do you plan to continue to visit him?
Oh, like I said, my sons, I mean, I used to tell them every day, you guys are the reason why I get up every day, and I said I love you. And I always will, but I don't condone his actions. I mean, but I always will love my children. I always will.
Thank you. No further questions.
Nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Further evidence for the state.
Yes, Your Honor. Statement called Detective Tripp.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Morning.
Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right, face Madam Clerk.
You solemnly swear the testimony you give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Have a seat.
Thank you.
Mr. McClure.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you're comfortable, please introduce yourself to the court.
Yeah, my name is William Tripp.
How are you employed?
I am a sergeant with the Raleigh Police Department.
At the time of this event, were you a detective?
I was, yes, I was a detective assigned to our homicide unit.
And we've heard from at least one other detective that was in the homicide unit at that time, which was Detective Carell. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Were you two on the same squad?
Yes, we were.
And as a part of your employment on that squad, which was the homicide unit, did you become involved in the investigation that we're here having the sentencing hearing on?
I did, yes.
What was your role in that investigation?
I was the lead investigator.
And how long had you been a detective in the homicide unit at that point? Approximately.
At that point, just shy of 3 years.
Okay. So wasn't your first homicide?
No, sir.
And you had been a police officer for around how long?
It'll be 21 years next month. At the time, 18 or 19 years.
So in the 18 or 19 years leading up to this, and the 21 years in total approximately, is this case like any other that you've dealt with?
It is not.
The scenes that you responded to and were a part of the investigation, and can you describe if it was a nice, neat, orderly kind of investigation and scenes, or was this more complex?
This was much more complex and chaotic.
And how so?
Initial responding officers were responding to multiple scenes, multiple 911 calls, and the shooter was still at large. So it was very complex. The neighborhood was large, and again, the shooter was still out, so very complicated.
We heard yesterday a little bit about a plan that was developed by the supervisors to assign a detective to each of the crime scenes. Is that fair?
That is fair, yes.
As the lead investigator of the case, were you assigned a particular crime scene, or what was your role?
Initially, we all got called in and met in the homicide unit and started assigning out tasks and locations to go and investigate. Mine at the time was to stay at the detective division because we knew a witness was coming to be interviewed.
Who was that witness?
That was Dustin Poole.
And did you interview Mr. Poole?
I did, yes.
And you heard his testimony here?
I did, yes.
Pretty consistent with what he told you?
Yes, sir.
As a condition of your role as a lead detective in this case, did you, while certainly not memorizing, did you familiarize yourself with the majority of the case file?
Yes.
And kind of quarterback the investigation?
Correct.
As you were investigating this along with your team, initially, did you learn of each of the separate crime scenes in the Hedingham neighborhood and the surrounding additional crime scenes?
We did, yes.
And did you, through the course of your investigation, learn about the item, at least some of the items of evidence that were collected from each of those scenes?
I did, yes.
And as well as the evidence that was collected, the victims of those scenes, the witnesses of those scenes, and whatever injuries were known to you at that time?
That's correct.
All right. So I'll kind of take them in order, and I'll start with the 5355 Sahaley Way address.
Okay.
Who were the two victims at that address?
That was Lynn Gardner and Nicole Connors.
And were you made aware of any witnesses that were present that saw anything of note at that location?
Witnesses to the actual shooting, no. But witnesses to hearing the gunfire, yes.
Okay. And at some point, would you be able to find that there would be video that would capture part of that event?
Yes.
We heard some talk about that from, I think, Lieutenant Rigsby and some other folks, but were there cartridge casings that had been fired that were collected from that location?
Yes.
What were the cartridge casings that were collected from that location, both in number and type?
There were 5 spent 12-gauge shotgun shell casings located, and then there were 3 9mm spent cartridge casings located.
And through the course of your investigation, would that be consistent with what you would have learned about the assaults that happened at that location?
It is, yes.
The second event, which we have not heard about, are you familiar with the 2201 Castle Pines address?
I am, yes.
If I may approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
want to show you State's Exhibit 11. If you will look at that for a moment. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
What are those photos of?
These are photos of, I believe the address was 2201 Castle Pines, which is the address directly next door to 5355 Sahaley.
Okay, and so that address, while it has a different street number and street name, is directly next door to the address that Nicole and Lynn were shot and one murdered at.
Correct.
Okay. And what was of note about that location?
This location, we saw what appeared to be damage to the exterior of the house from gunshots.
And were you able to form an opinion based on your investigation whether or not those defects or the damage to that address was a result of the ambush that occurred at this 5355 Sahaley Way, Nicole and Lynn crime scene?
Yes, the damage to the house was consistent with shotgun strikes. There were holes in the wall. Damage went from outside to inside, and inside there was further damage to the interior walls and some of the items such as like the toilet inside the bathroom.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, the state would seek to admit and publish State's Exhibit 11 on the screen.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
We're ready, Your Honor. Now, is this the address at, or the home that's located at 2201 Castle Pines?
It is, yes.
And is this the front, side, back? What are we looking at?
I believe it's the side and back.
All right. And in this photograph, are you able to see, and it may be a little difficult on the screen, but in the photograph in front of you, any of the defects
Yes,
that were in that home?
Yes, sir.
Where generally are they?
Kind of at that corner, right there where you're circling. Yes, you can see defects on the outside of that house.
There, and some others?
Correct.
Okay, and that yellow tape, is that the crime scene tape that you guys put up?
Yes, sir.
This home, were you able to determine that it was occupied at the time that this happened?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And the resident contacted the police and told you I was at home and what?
Right. We just heard the shots, fully cooperative, allowed us to process that scene as we needed to.
Did she say that she had seen anything?
No.
Okay. And moving on to the next photograph, we see now the placards and orange sticky notes on it. Do those denote defects from a gunshot?
They do, yes. Defects from the gunshots. CCBI puts those placards up for measurement and identification.
Okay. And the next photograph, where are we now?
This is inside the house. I don't recall exactly which room, but it is inside the house, and as placard 7 shows, it identifies a pellet from a shotgun round.
Okay. And the next photograph?
I believe that's the bathroom that I had spoken about earlier, where you could see the bullet penetrated the wall and that it eventually struck some of the items in the bathroom.
Okay. And are these the defects that you're talking about?
Yes,
that
next to all those placards that CCBI would have put up.
And they're coming from the outside in?
Correct.
All right. And the next photograph?
I believe that's the toilet that was struck by one of the pellets.
Okay. And the next photograph?
Further damage from those projectiles entering the bathroom.
Is this under the sink in the bathroom?
Yes, sir.
And are these shotgun pellets?
They are. They're hard to see in the picture, but they're right near the placards.
All right. And I believe, is that the last photograph, I believe? Okay. Was anybody harmed or struck by any of those pellets inside of that residence?
Inside of that residence, no, sir.
All right. From there, I believe the next crime scene, and I'll refer to it as Osprey Cove cul-de-sac. Who was the victim at that location?
That was Gabe Torres.
And were you able to determine the number of injuries that he suffered as far as how many times he was shot?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of that?
My understanding is he was shot 3 times.
Okay. And at that crime scene, were you able to locate any cartridge casings?
Yes, sir.
How many?
There were 3 spent shotgun shell cartridge casings. There were 2 kind of more the front of the car, and then 1 additional to the side of the car.
Okay. And were they consistent in just looking at them to the cartridge casings from the shotgun that you had seen at the first location?
Yes, sir.
And did you speak to some witnesses there?
We did, yes, sir.
And were they able to walk you through and give you a description of the individual?
Absolutely, yes. I'd actually already talked to Dustin Poole by the time I got to that scene, so what I was seeing was matching what I had been told.
And he told you about the young man in camouflage?
Yes, sir.
Did he tell you about him pointing the gun at him?
He did, yes, sir.
And did he describe for you how that all happened?
He did.
And did he describe for you how he was able to see that from his residence?
He did, yes, sir.
What did he tell you about that?
When he initially saw the shooter walk past his house, he was looking out the window. He told me that his child was on the couch. It drew his attention, and then he walked over towards the door, and he described being able to see out the door to the shooting itself. He further described he's a tall gentleman, and the top of the door there's windows, so he was seeing directly out of the window and watching what was going on.
Did you go to that house and look from that vantage point and see if you could see what was going on and if it was consistent with what he was telling you?
Yes, I did.
Did it all check out?
It did, yes, sir.
The next location, I believe we will refer to as the Greenway at Osprey Cove Drive. How can you describe how you would get from that cul-de-sac down into the Greenway path? What the options are? Sure.
The Greenway runs behind that location. There's townhomes, set of townhomes. We've heard the Greenway's directly behind. You could see the Greenway from the townhomes themselves. But right at that cul-de-sac, there's an opening between buildings, a good size opening. And if you walk down that path, it's just a direct access to the Greenway itself.
Is it a pretty easy path to get down?
It is, yes.
At that location on the Greenway at Osprey Cove Drive, is that where Mary Marshall was found?
Yes, sir.
And were you made aware of her injuries?
I was, yes.
And what were they as you understood it?
2 gunshot wounds by shotgun, multiple injuries as a result.
And were you made aware of the dog that was there?
I was, yes.
And do you know what happened with that dog?
Yes, when officers and investigators responded, the dog was sitting next to Mary Marshall. And my sergeant at the time coordinated getting the dog back home.
And at that scene, how many cartridge casings were collected?
There was 1 at that scene.
And was it a shotgun cartridge case?
Yes.
Was it also consistent with what visually with what you had seen?
Yes, sir.
And from there, did you move on down the Greenway to Bay Harbor Drive approximately?
Yes, sir.
Approximately how far down the Greenway is that?
Approximately, and I did not measure it, but I would say approximately 50 yards. It's not very far away at all.
And as you're walking down the Greenway in that direction, is that towards the suspension bridge that we've heard about?
Yes, sir.
Is the river on your right?
Yes, sir.
What's on the left?
The neighborhood, the Hedingham neighborhood.
And are there some trees that line that as well?
There are. There's some trees that line it, but you can see through the trees to the houses within the neighborhood.
And were you made aware of any witnesses that were on this Greenway location?
Yes.
And you spoke to all of those people?
We did, yes.
And what evidence was collected at that scene?
At the Susan Carnett scene?
Yes.
There were 4 spent shotgun shell cartridge casings.
Were they consistent as well visually?
Yes, sir.
How many times had she been shot?
At least 3.
The next address that we've heard a little bit about is the 1533 McConnell Drive. Is that where Casey Clark was injured and the defendant was ultimately captured?
Yes, sir.
Now, at that location, we heard about this go bag or this bag that the defendant had, this camouflage bag. Are you aware that bag with its contents of an approximate weight of that bag?
I am, yes. I weighed it myself at our evidence unit. It's a little over 22 pounds.
And that was collected, correct?
Correct.
And inside of that bag, we've heard about the contents from it, there being some survival things, face paint, toilet paper, a change of clothes, the $700+ and a lot of ammunition. Fair?
Yes, sir.
There were also several knives
Yes,
that were
sir.
collected, and you collected the defendant's cell phone. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And were you able at that scene to determine how many times the shotgun that the defendant had been fired?
Yes.
How many times had it been fired?
4.
And did you find 4 fired cartridge casings at that location?
Yes, sir. There were 3 on the ground and 1 still in the shotgun itself.
And then 1 that had not been fired?
Correct.
All right. And we've determined, are you aware how many rounds that shotgun held?
5. Yes, sir.
So throughout the course of this rampage or assault, the shotgun would have had to have been reloaded multiple times.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how that shotgun is reloaded? Is it one at a time, or was it a magazine type situation?
It's 1 at a time.
Finally, we have the defendant's home, which is 5345 Sahaley Way, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was the residence where James was ultimately found in the bathroom, stabbed 50+ times and shot, correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
At that location, throughout your investigation, were you able to determine if there were any witnesses who had seen what went on inside that home?
No, sir.
Was there ever any indication that anyone was inside the home at the time of this other than James and the defendant?
No, sir.
At some point you spoke to his parents, is that fair?
I did, yes.
And was it what did you understand from them about what the boys knew or what their sons knew about the parents' schedule that day?
The boys both knew the parents were at work. They take the bus home, they walk home, they're home alone until the parents get home from work. They knew mom worked till 5, and I believe they knew she had a hair appointment that day, so she'd be home even later. And the dad worked well into the evening as well.
Now, you mentioned the school bus. During the course of your investigation, did you guys go, and we'll talk about some of the investigative things that you did, but did you go and try and get video to confirm what time the defendant and his brother would have gotten home from school that day?
Yes, we did.
Were you able to do that?
We were.
Approximately what time did you learn they got home?
I do not recall the exact time, but we got video from the actual bus.
Was it around 3 or so?
That's correct, yes, sir.
That sound right?
Yes, sir.
The clothing that the defendant was wearing, were you able to see it in the video of him getting off the school bus?
Yes.
And was it a camouflage outfit?
It was not.
Okay. At that location, we've heard about the amounts of ammunition, and we just heard from Mr. Thompson about why that was. Did it stand out to you whether that was a normal amount of ammunition inside the home?
It was a very large amount of ammunition. Yes, sir. I would not categorize it as normal.
And we heard about the number of guns that were taken from the home. What's your recollection of the number of guns that you guys removed from the residence?
From that residence, there was 11 guns.
And at some point in your investigation, did you learn whether or not the guns that the defendant was captured with, the shotgun and the 9mm, had come from inside that residence?
Yes.
Okay. So in total, including those guns, was it 13 guns?
That's correct.
All right. When you were inside of the home, and you said you'd been a homicide detective for a long time and a police officer as well, did you make efforts to try and piece together that crime scene inside the defendant's home to figure out where the initial assault may have occurred and how James ended up in that bathroom?
Yes, sir.
And what did you look at, and what were you able to determine, and what was what you pieced together?
Some of what we were looking at, and we had investigators on our homicide unit already working that scene, so they were able to walk me through what they had recovered or identified. But in that area between the kitchen and the living room, there was a gaming setup, and that's where the blood was first noticed. So naturally, we had thought that might be where it started. And then through the house, there was blood markings, such as through the living. So it started at that gaming area, got to the living room. There was blood markings on the edge of the couch, closest to the gaming area. Blood markings on the edge of the couch, closest to that master bedroom, and then more blood trail leading to the bathroom, where ultimately James was found, which was an extremely bloody crime scene.
At some point, did you, while you're inside that residence, we've heard about you guys collecting a lot of pieces of evidence from there, fair?
Yes, sir.
To include a note that was found on the defendant's bedroom, right?
Yes, sir.
And a portion of a note that was found on the dresser outside of where James was found.
Yes, sir.
And during the course of your investigation, were you able to determine if those two pieces of paper fit together to be from one paper?
Yes, sir, they did.
And with that secondary note, the one that we've seen about don't go in the bathroom, James is dead, something to that effect, there was also a cartridge casing.
Yes, sir.
And to your understanding, what did that cartridge casing belong to?
That cartridge casing was a .22 caliber cartridge casing, and there was a .22 caliber rifle directly next to the note that was written, left on Austin's bed. So naturally, we had thought that cartridge casing potentially went to that firearm.
And at some point, did you take all of the firearms from the home, the firearms that were located with the defendant at the McConnell Oliver location, to CCBI to have them tested for ballistics, along with the cartridge casings from each of the crime scenes?
Yes, sir.
And you said that you initially had that understanding or the belief that the .22 cartridge matched that rifle. Did that actually bear out to be true?
It did, yes, sir.
Okay. And were you able to, through analysts with the CCBI here in Wake County, were they able to make matches to the firearms that the defendant was captured with to each of the crime scenes?
They were, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 12, if you don't mind taking a look at that for a moment.
Yes, sir.
Is that a report that you received from CCBI and Angel Moses, who worked for CCBI as a ballistics analyst?
Yes, it is.
And is that essentially the report that indicated that the things you sent to her, those projectiles or the cartridge casings, were matching up with those firearms?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At this time here on the State would introduce State's Exhibit 12.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
It's allowed.
Now, we've talked about each of these crime scenes and that you were aware of them. At some point, did you guys expand your investigation, and I'm sure it was likely going on while this is happening, did you expand the investigation to try to piece together a timeline of events?
Yes, we did.
And in trying to piece that timeline together, what types of things did you consider?
We considered the note that was left that was time-stamped. We considered witness statements, 911 calls, video evidence that was recovered that was also time-stamped. Those are some of the things we were considering when we were putting together this timeline.
Okay. And were you able to get more than one piece of video that captured portions of this event?
Yes.
And in doing that, were those all time-stamped as well, or some of them time-stamped?
Yes.
Did they all sync up perfectly on the time?
What do you mean?
The times on each of the videos, were they all perfect?
Everything made sense as far as where the timestamps, the videos that were timestamped versus the 911 calls and kind of what we knew about the case, yes.
Okay. And during the course of your investigation, did you kind of try to piece together a potential path that the defendant would have taken?
We did, yes.
And during the course of the investigation, throughout, did you make efforts then and since to kind of walk that path to figure out if it is doable?
Yes, we did.
And what type of terrain you are dealing with?
Correct.
Can you describe that path for us a little bit?
Yes. We know the path from house to house is through the neighborhood. From the Torres scene, there's a path down to the greenway itself. The greenway itself is paved over to the bridge, and then after the bridge, in order to get where he was next seen, it's all through the woods. Very wooded area, not a very easy terrain to walk.
Okay. Do you know approximately how far it is from start to finish?
It's a little over 2 miles.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 13. Take a look at that. Is that a map that kind of has places marked and a line to show the direct or the start and end points of this event?
Yes, sir.
Is it, to your recollection, what do those little pieces on the map represent?
Each piece on the map represented either a crime scene or a video or something that helped us identify that that was the path that Austin was taking.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, we would move to introduce State's Exhibit 13.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
That's allowed.
And I would ask to publish on the screen.
Yes, sir. Before we do that, we're going to take a 15-minute recess, and when we return, we'll begin publication of that exhibit. We'll resume at 11:45.
Superior Court being recessed till 11:45.
Mr. Latour.
Thank you. Sergeant Tripp, when last we spoke, we were going to look at the State's Exhibit 13, and it's being published. It's here on the screen. Is this the map that you talked about was generated to show the start and end points of the travel of the defendant?
Yes, sir.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Give you this just so you'll have it. Green button there
Okay.
instead of pointer. Can you kind of mark on here with that pointer where the start is and where the end point would be?
Yes, the start point is right there.
Okay.
It's hard to hold still, I'm sorry. The start point is right there, and that would be the Thompson house, and then Nicole Connor's house, and then further down in here, you get into the cul-de-sac at Osprey Cove, and then the Greenway, and then the bridge over here, and this is where you go really into the wooded area. This right here is another point where video surveillance picked up Austin at Blackbeard, which is a mobile home community, and then it continues through the woods. He's seen entering the woods right here, and it just continues. There's a trail. It's not really a trail. It's just kind of an opening that goes all the way to Tar Heel Club, which is up here. And there was a witness marked by that spot right there that saw him cross Tar Heel Club, and that's where the track started with Casey Clark and Sergeant McDonald.
Okay. So then I'll zoom in a little bit, kind of look at it, maybe follow that trail. So this, as we can see, Castle Pines, is this Sahaley Way?
Yes, sir.
Right. And we heard Mr. Thompson testifying a moment ago about there being a fairway in his backyard. Is this the fairway that we're is this the fairway that we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so it would be the Thompson home, and then is there another home, and then the Connors home?
Yes, sir. There's the Thompson home. The home next door is a home that we were able to obtain video surveillance from. Then there's the Connors house, and then at the corner is 2201 Castle Pines, which was also struck.
Is that kind of right here where the cursor is?
Yes, sir.
And then you have it crossing over Castle Pines, and there's another fairway, it appears, for a golf course hole.
Yes, sir.
What does this marker here and this marker?
Those little purple markers identified witnesses that witnessed him crossing that path.
Was there ever any video or photographic evidence that you guys were able to get from here?
Yes, one witness took photographs, still photographs of Austin as he was crossing that fairway over towards Blackbeard or Black Wolf Run, excuse me.
Okay. And then we cross over. Is this another point that indicates where some video occurred?
Yes, that's one point where some video occurred, and then later in the investigation we obtained additional video on the other side of Osprey Cove, also still on Black Wolf Run, showing what we knew for Austin to cross that at that point and enter Osprey Cove.
And then is this the cul-de-sac where Gabe Torres was?
Yes, sir.
And the path down to the Greenway?
Yes, sir.
And then there are these two red markers here to indicate Miss Marshall and Miss Carnat's?
Yes, sir.
And another witness for this location?
Yes, sir. That witness backed up to his house, backed up to that trail, and said he saw him walking by.
And that's kind of the purplish point marker?
Yes, sir.
You said this is the bridge at the top where it kind of straightens out.
Yes, sir.
Is this the Neuse River?
It is, yes, sir.
Is this the suspension bridge that we've heard about?
Yes, sir.
All right. And is this point where there's a right-hand turn kind of mark the end of the bridge?
Yes, sir.
And would you characterize this portion of tree line as heavy or dense?
Yes.
And you indicated that he traveled all this way and was captured on a video surveillance at one point and then observed crossing over Tar Heel Club Road?
Yes, sir. That purple dot represented the witness that watched him cross Tar Heel Club. And there's another heavily wooded area on the other side, which we saw on Casey Clark's body cam.
And these final batch here, these two markers, are where the defendant was taken into custody and Officer Clark was injured.
Yes, sir.
Now, to the right of that photograph, what is this? What highway is this?
That's 540.
Okay. And is this Old Mill Bernie Road also kind of circling that area?
Yes, sir. Old Mill Bernie run is what Tar Heel Club runs off of.
Right. And you said that was a little over 2 miles.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, thank you. We talked a little bit about this timeline that you were able to put together, and you said that it started out with a time that was listed in the note that you recovered that the defendant left behind.
Yes, sir.
What's the first time or data point that you have to kind of start this event from?
The first one was we started at 4:20 p.m.
And at that point in time, what do you know has happened at 4:20 p.m.?
We know James was killed.
And we know that from the note?
We know that from the note. There was a timestamp on the note of 4:25 p.m. and it mentioned he was killed maybe 5 minutes ago.
And when you say a timestamp, it's not an actual stamp. Is that something that the defendant wrote?
It was handwritten. The time and date was handwritten on top of the note.
Okay. Based on your investigation, how long are you able to determine that the defendant stayed in the home?
Until 5:08 p.m. when he's seen on video surveillance. The next door house had video surveillance showing him come down his driveway.
Okay. Were you able to piece together a time in between 4:20 and 5:08 that the defendant had any communication with his father?
Yes, at 4:47 p.m. he had a conversation with his father.
Okay, and what do you know about that conversation time-wise, other than 4:47?
I know at that point, according to the note, he'd already killed James.
Okay, and at the time that is going on, have there been any 911 calls yet?
No, sir.
Okay. So at 4:20 approximately, James is killed. At 5:08, you get the security camera, and what does that capture?
That captures Austin coming out of, like, walking down his driveway from his front door, and then he raises his shotgun and attacks Lynn Gardner and Nicole Connors.
And is that the camera that's located at 5355 Sahaley Way?
Yes, sir.
At approximately 5:09 or so on a video, do you get a second video that picks something up?
Say that again.
Is there a second video after that picks up that initial assault?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And is that from 2530 Black Wolf Run?
Yes.
How does it capture the assault?
It captures the sound.
Right. Is the defendant seen at any point on that video?
Yes.
What do you see of the defendant on that video?
On that video, you see the defendant crossing Black Wolf Run and entering Osprey Cove.
Is that a very close-up shot of him?
No, sir.
Is it a long and protracted view of him, or is it quick?
It's quick.
Okay. And for that video, do you get 3 separate clips?
We do, yes.
Then at approximately 5:10 p.m., is there a video at 2427 Black Wolf Run that captures the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And what does that show?
That also shows him crossing Black Wolf Run and entering Osprey Cove. And that one shows him walking a little bit further than the initial video we just talked about.
And before he would have gotten to that location, he has to cross over that fairway. And is that where the photos are taken?
Yes, sir.
All right. So then, is that when the first 911 call happens after that 5:10 video footage picks up the defendant?
Yes.
Right. And tell us a little bit about that.
There were several 911 calls, but ultimately the first 911 call was at 5:12 p.m. directing officers to that scene at Sahaley Way.
Okay. Is there another 911 call a couple seconds later?
Yes, sir.
What does that one say?
That one was the 911 call directing officers to the scene at Osprey Cove.
Okay. And then another 911 call?
Yes, subsequent 911 call referring to officers to the scenes at the Greenway.
Is there again another 911 call after that?
There were several after that, yes, sir.
Okay. And I think you have 2 at 17:12, 1 at 17:15, another at 17:18.
Yes, sir.
And then are you able to determine whether or not there's another phone call that happens after that between the defendant and his father?
Yes, sir.
At what time approximately was that?
That was approximately 5:28 p.m.
And did you speak to Alan Thompson about that phone call?
I did, yes.
And does he give you any description when you talk to him about how Alston spoke to him or appeared on that phone call?
Yes, he said during that phone call there was no change in his voice. He couldn't detect him being out of breath or anything like that.
Shortly after that 5:28 p.m. phone call, is the defendant captured at 5:32 p.m. on a video?
Yes, sir.
And where is that video?
That video is at Blackbeard Lane, which is the mobile home community I had referred to on the map.
Okay. And so he's already crossed over into the woods and is back up into that mobile home park at that point.
Yes, sir.
And is there anything of note in that video about the defendant?
Yes. In that video, he's observed speaking to somebody and indicating that there's a shooter over there. And you can see him carrying the shotgun.
And then at 18:02, is there another 911 phone call? So approximately 5:32. I'm sorry. Is there another phone call that says that the suspect had walked past his home after that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And give a description of him?
Yes, sir.
And then do you get this Tar Heel Club phone call saying the defendant has crossed over Tar Heel and back into the woods?
Yes, sir.
At what time was that?
That was at 18:12, so 6:12 p.m.
And at what time do the first shots at the McConnell Oliver Drive location happen?
At 6:44 p.m.
And then at what time do you discover that James has been killed?
7:38 p.m.
And at what time is the defendant taken into custody?
At 9:36 p.m.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
At this point in time, the state would seek to introduce State's Exhibit number 14, which is a thumb drive containing each of the videos that we just discussed and the still images from the cell phone that were taken as the defendant is crossing over the golf course fairway.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's allowed.
And I would ask to publish them to the jury, to Your Honor, on the big screen.
Yes, sir.
So starting, Sergeant, we'll start with that 5351 Sahaley Way video. Is that the first video that chronologically that captures an event for this?
Yes, sir. I think we originally had said it was 5355, but it is 5351.
Now, Sergeant, is this video kind of in two parts? Like two different clips?
Yes.
And is there any sound on this video?
I do not believe so.
Okay. If you can orient us to what where we should be watching and where the people will come from in this video.
So that is the address, 5351 Sahaley Way. Where the cars are parked. The address directly to the right of it is 5345 Sahaley Way, which is the Thompson house. That bush directly in front of us, to the left of that bush, is where Nicole Connors lives.
Okay. I'm starting the video. So that's the first portion of it, and this is the second. Are those two people walking there, Nicole?
Yes, Nicole and Lynn.
Thank you.
And they're walking the two dogs that we had discussed. And that's when Austin exits his house and walks down his driveway and approaches Sahaley.
The next batch would be the camera from 2530 Black Wolf, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And there are multiples of this as well?
Yes, sir.
Loud bangs at the end, were those the 5 loud shots that you correlated with the shotguns?
Yes, you can hear the 5 loud bangs that we correlate with the shotgun, and then you can hear 3 additional bangs that we correlate with the 9mm.
Now on the second video, is that the video in which you can see the defendant?
Yes, sir. It's very quick. When you start the second video, you can see him crossing Black Wolf Run to Osprey Cove.
And where would we need to be looking in the video to see that?
Right at that intersection. As soon as the video starts, he's crossing that street.
Okay. And I'll play the second video now.
It'll be kind of to the left of the screen.
Can you point on the screen where we should be looking?
It's like right here. He'll cross right there. He's already crossed, yes, sir. It happens as soon as the video starts.
There's a couple things that I want to go back and address on that video. One, we first see the defendant cross over at the very start of the video. Can you hear any more gunshots on this video?
Yes, you can. You can hear 3 distinct gunshots that we then correlated to the Gabe Torres scene.
Now, how far away from the Gabe Torres scene is this?
Not very far at all. You can actually see right where he crossed, that is Osprey Cove, and it's not far down Osprey Cove where that cul-de-sac is located.
Now, those gunshots, do they happen shortly before the child starts yelling?
Yes.
And in this video, are you able to see Jasmine Torres's car?
Yes.
Which car was that?
It's the burgundy SUV.
And I'll play this again from the beginning so we can pay attention to those things.
Burgundy SUV is Jasmine's. And those were the gunshots.
Now, the next video out of this bunch, does it show anything of note about that or just the response?
It's just the response, the first responders responding.
All right, and so playing that video.
What the hell?
Next video is 2427 Black Wolf Run video. And that video, what is it that we're looking for?
That video also shows Austin crossing Black Wolf Run to Osprey Cove.
So it's a closer view of him crossing the street that we just saw?
It is, yes.
And just orient us in this video, if you can, as to where we need to look.
So that's Osprey Cove right there, and he crosses right here and he kind of trots across, and then he walks right here on, down Osprey Cove, and the Torres scene is further down to the cul-de-sac.
So that's the start of the street that Gabe Torres was parked in.
Yes, sir.
You have one
Was that Austin running to kill Gabe Torres?
Yes, sir.
And then finally, as the videos go, it's the 1104 Blackbeard Lane residence video. Is this the video from the mobile home park?
Yes, sir.
So he's already crossed over into the wooded area after all of the killings.
Yes, sir.
Is that Austin there?
It is. Yes, sir.
There's a shooter over there. There's a shooter over there.
Is that the defendant telling someone that there's a shooter back where he just came from?
Yes, sir.
Not that he's the shooter?
Right.
And you can hear sirens at that point?
You can hear sirens in the background. Yes, sir.
I'll play the second video because it's there. I think it's the same thing, correct?
Yes, sir. That's actually the response.
In that video, there seems to be a loud whirling sound. Is that the helicopter already responding?
Yes, sir.
And the photographs of the defendant that were taken as he crossed over that golf course in the neighborhood, I'll share those. There are two of those, correct?
Yes, sir.
And are they from quite a distance?
They are. Yes, sir.
So I'll zoom in that. Is that the defendant crossing is this here the fairway?
Yes, sir.
And where he is, are these homes that are on the other side of the golf course?
Yes, those homes are on Black Wolf Run.
And is that an embankment that goes down that he would have had to go down?
It is. That's why we're looking at kind of the top of the houses from that angle.
Okay. And the next photograph, a little bit before then?
Yes, sir.
Now, all of these photographs and videos that you were able to capture, is some of that just luck that people happen to have Ring doorbell cameras?
Yes.
And the path that we talked about the defendant taking, when he ends up back up in that mobile home park, you've walked that path?
I have, yes.
Do you have, based on your training and experience, what was your understanding of why he would have ended up back in that area?
Based on my training and experience, it would have been to avoid capture. It's a wooded area. There's the Noosh River, so there's bodies of water that he really can't go to the right. And then there's communities to the left. So it seemed like he just stayed in that wooded area.
Now, when he came out of the wooded area, were you able to kind of surmise why he may have come out of the wooded area at the points that he did?
Yes, it's the bodies of water, and then as you come up on that mobile home community, there's the river leads to a bigger body of water. There's fences, so he almost has to come up at that point to cross over to get back to that wooded area which he walked.
Having gone through all of these things and collected all this evidence, is it at this point that you guys, the defendant's in custody at this point, right?
Yes.
And we heard some testimony that he spent a great deal of time in the hospital, or several weeks in the hospital.
Correct.
We also heard that there were law enforcement officers in the room with him.
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
As security.
Were there any instructions given to those law enforcement officers that you were aware of?
Yes, every officer that sat with Mr. Thompson was instructed to file a supplement indicating if they observed anything or if anything was abnormal. And then
Now-
just to document their presence.
Document their presence and anything they observed.
Yes, sir.
Were they instructed about interviewing him or making contact with him in any way?
They were not to interview him.
Through your experience in reviewing all of this, were you made aware of any instances that stood out about the defendant while he was in hospital care?
Yes, sir.
What types of things were they that stood out to you?
There were incidents such as him making like a...
Objection. Kenny's statement's coming forward.
I'm sorry. You're objecting to statements of Mr. Thompson.
Your Honor, at this point in time, Austin Thompson had suffered a traumatic brain injury and was under medical care. We don't believe it would be appropriate for any statements that he was made while under the supervision of medical professionals to be elicited or submitted at this point.
All right. I'm going to allow the information if it's reliable and accurate, and I'll certainly give it the weight that's appropriate after hearing either cross-examination or arguments with respect to any statements that were made.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, sir. You may answer.
Okay, yes, sir. Officers documented things such as him, making like a gun with his hand, like a finger gun, and pointing it at nursing staff and the officer that was watching. There was another officer that documented him asking if the officer would tase his father, who was in the room as well, and then just inappropriate comments throughout.
And there were also supplements in there that documented him having normal interactions or more normal interactions with individuals. Is that correct?
Yes.
Playing card games?
Yes.
Eating food and having conversations with his parents?
Correct.
Now, as we've talked about, you began to look a little further into how and why this event may have happened. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And you've heard some testimony from the defendant's father about him asking you in particular to try and find out what happened and why it happened.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that?
I do, yes, sir.
And did you make efforts, along with everyone else in the Raleigh Police Department, to get answers to this?
Yes, we did.
One of the things that you relied upon to try and get some answers, the writings that the defendant left behind.
Yes, sir.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
Sergeant, I'm going to show you a couple of exhibits while I'm up here, if you don't mind. The first I'm going to show you is State's Exhibit number 15. If you will look at that, tell me if you recognize it and how you recognize it.
I do, yes. This is the smaller note that was left in the master bedroom just outside the bathroom where James was found.
Okay, and you've just opened that today, is that fair?
Yes.
Will you look inside and tell us if it appears to have been altered or changed in any way? There's a glove. I don't know if you want it.
Yes, this is the note as it was found.
Okay. If you'll put it back in the... Is there writing on both sides of that?
There is writing on both sides of it, yes.
And does it appear to be a torn-off corner?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me. Your Honor, the State would move to introduce State's Exhibit 15.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 16 now. If you'll do the same for that and tell us what it is if you recognize it.
Yes, I do recognize it. This is the note, the larger note that was left in Austin's bedroom. that I had earlier mentioned was time-stamped and handwritten. This was located on his bed directly beside 22 caliber rifle and a blue ink pen.
And does there appear to be a corner removed from it?
Yes, sir.
Does it appear to be the same as it was when you found it, or when it was found?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 16.
Any objection?
No objection.
Now I'm going to show you, Sergeant, State's Exhibit 17. And if you will flip through this, I'll take that from you. If you'll flip through this, tell us if those are photographs of the note as they appeared and then pieced back together so that you could read it.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And do they appear to have been altered or changed in any way?
No, sir.
At this point in time, Your Honor, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 17 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
I have, Your Honor, State's Exhibit 17. Just for the record's purposes, we have introduced, I believe, at least in whole or in part, the photographs from State's Exhibit 17 as, I think, State's Exhibit A or B from the sentencing hearing. But this is a separate, I'm sorry, from the guilty plea. This is a separate copy of the same exhibit, I believe, which we will list as State's Exhibit 17.
I believe only 16, my memory would be it, only 16 was introduced at the sentencing. At the guilty plea, I'm not sure that a piece together or the smaller note were introduced into evidence at the prior one.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you wish to publish?
I would ask to publish State's Exhibit 17.
Yes.
Now, Sergeant, and you have it in front of you if it helps you out, State's Exhibit 17, the first page, can you look at that and read for us what, or tell us what that portion is?
This is the portion of the handwritten note that has Austin's name at the top, time and date.
Okay. And as we scroll down, does it appear to have the bottom right-hand corner or left-hand corner of the page, depending on how you're oriented, ripped off and an ink pen?
Yes, sir.
And as we continue to scroll down to the second page, is that the back of the note?
That is the back of the note, yes.
And we'll continue to scroll down to the third page. Is this the corner that was found and was introduced as State's Exhibit 15?
Yes, sir.
And this is the note that we've seen earlier that says, James dead inside, don't look. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, we scroll down a little bit further on that page. Is there writing on the other side of that corner?
There is, yes, sir.
And is this where you guys took and attempted to piece together those to make sure they came from the same place?
Yes, sir.
So moving on to the next page of that, is this the pieced together first page?
It is, yes, sir.
And we'll try to zoom out a little bit so we can see the whole thing. I don't know if we'll be able to, but maybe not. All right, we'll just go from there. Can you read for us the note and what it says? I know you have it in front of you.
I will, yes. The note reads, Austin, 4:25 p.m., 10/13/2022. The reason I did this is because I hate humans. They are destroying the planet/Earth. Killed him at 4:20, about, parentheses, 5 minutes off maybe. He kept breathing, so I stabbed him. Stopped breathing about 10-15 minutes later. I don't have a goal. I'm not suicidal. Death is like sleep. That's why I don't care if I die. I have never been bullied or anything by Dad. I don't like you, Mom. Every other member Every other family member is good. Thanks, Juan and D'Angelo, for taking me hunting. I don't want to die, but it is going to happen anyway.
And then onto the back of that note.
You were the best, Dad. I was never bullied in school either. Parentheses, cops, in parentheses. I killed James because he would get in my way. I killed James with a subsonic .22 I stole from Cabela's. I have no regrets. I'm not mental either. I was sane when I did this.
Is there any other writing on the note that, as you read it?
Excuse me?
Is there any other writing on there that you noted?
I believe I read the entire note. The other side of that torn page was James dead, inside, don't look.
Okay. When you found this information out, did you use it in your investigation any further?
Yes.
Now, when you read that, what was your understanding of his state of mind at the time that he was writing it and committing these crimes?
Objection, Your Honor, to this, him interpreting the state of mind at the time.
Suspect.
What does the defendant say his state of mind was at the time that all of this happened?
He writes he was sane when he did this.
And does he give a detailed account to some degree of what happened with his brother?
He does. He details it by time and also the manner in which it took place, which was consistent with the autopsy.
Did he also list why he says he killed his brother?
Yes.
What did he say again?
I killed James because he would get in my way.
So, did he list in that note that you went through a greater reason as to why he's doing all of this?
At the very beginning, he does, yes. He says, the reason I did this is because I hate humans. They are destroying the planet / Earth.
And the things that you learned in that note, did they match up? You already said that the autopsy matched up, but did other things in that note seem consistent with the other reliable and believable evidence that you were able to locate, such as the videos and the timing and those sorts of things?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, I'll call it the second note, but the corner of the note, it says that James is dead in the bathroom, don't look in the bathroom, something to that effect. Is that right?
Yes, James dead inside, don't look.
And that portion was found outside of the bathroom where James was in fact found and dead inside. Is that
Correct.
fair?
Yes.
And with that note, he actually included the evidence of the cartridge casing, correct?
With that torn piece, he also included the spent cartridge casing. And then with the larger piece, it was directly beside the firearm used to fire that cartridge casing.
That note was found in his bedroom?
Yes, sir.
And that's his handwriting as best you can tell?
Yes, sir.
And you've seen his schoolwork and other things?
Yes, sir.
Did it appear consistent?
Yes, sir.
After going through that note, looking at all the videos, did you make other efforts to try and track down people and do further investigation to figure out what was going on with Austin, if there were any changes in him, or why this might have happened?
Yes, sir.
What kind of things did you go about doing to figure that out?
We reviewed any digital evidence that we could come across. We looked at medical records that we were able to obtain, school records, talked to neighbors, talked to teachers, tried to identify any friends or people that he may have interacted with at school, things of that nature.
Okay. And we heard from both of his parents. You spoke to both of them
Yes, sir.
on multiple occasions.
Yes, sir.
Would you classify what they provided you with as helpful?
Yes, sir.
Were they cooperative with you?
They were very cooperative.
Did they ever point out to you anything that they knew of that gave them red flags or concerns that this may be something that would happen?
They did not.
At some point, after all of that, we heard that Alan Thompson reached out through his lawyers to provide you with further evidence that he may have discovered in his son Austin's room. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Can you kind of tell us about the course of events that led you to that information?
Yes, I was contacted by his defense lawyer, Russell Babb, that Alan had turned over an item from the house that I might find interesting or relevant to this case. Subsequently, I scheduled a time to meet with him. He turned the item over, at which point in time I was handed a chapstick tube that had been hollowed out and had little tiny handwritten notes and diagrams inside it. I photographed each individual note, the chapstick tube itself, and I placed it in RPD evidence.
And was that information that was contained in the chapstick note helpful to you or enlightening in any way?
It was, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 18. If you will look at that, I'm also going to give you some scissors. If you don't mind taking a look at that, opening it up, and telling us what it is that's inside there.
Yes, this is the chapstick tube I was just speaking about, along with the handwritten notes found inside.
All right. You open that up and make sure that they appear to be accurate.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, are those the things that you were provided from all together from Alan Thompson as being contained in that chapstick container?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to also show you State's Exhibit 19, if you will look at that. And I believe they should be photographs that you took of all of these items in packaging and clear. If that is true, let us know.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And that plastic bag that the items are contained in and photographed in State's Exhibit 19 and the plastic bag that's in State's Exhibit 18, is that how it was provided to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time the State would move to introduce State's Exhibit 18 and 19 and seek to publish State's 19.
Any objection?
No objection.
Allowed. ready.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Sergeant, in looking at this, is this the plastic bag and chapstick and pieces of paper we were just talking about?
Yes, sir.
And those are the items that are that are contained in State's Exhibit 19, or 18? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is that how they were provided to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll move on to the next. Is this one of the things that was contained on a piece of paper inside of that chapstick?
Yes, sir.
What does it appear to represent? Or what does it say?
It says timer box. Inside the square it spells metal and has E below it. It looks like kind of wires going to another box.
And when you saw this, what did it make you? How did that How did that affect your investigation?
I believed what I was looking at was kind of bomb making designs and instructions.
And did you look into those sorts of things after you retrieved this?
I did, yes.
Was it consistent with things that you would find?
Yes, sir.
Okay, moving on to the next. What do we see here?
This is another diagram. It looks like a small square with wires going to a larger box. Some of the words on there are bucket, wires, metal, phone, match on wire, and then the letter E.
Okay. And the next photograph?
This looks like a diagram of maybe tripwire, where it says string, leaves, and box, and it looks like two small trees with a line going between the two.
The next photo?
This is another diagram. It says grill igniter, and then there's a straight line I believe represents ground. It says ground below it, and then a box again that says metal and has the letter E in it.
Next.
This is a diagram of a pipe. It says pipe, small pipe, a fuse, cap lid, metal, and then the letter E again in the middle of the diagram.
What did you understand this to be a diagram of?
To me, it looked like a diagram of maybe a pipe bomb.
The next photograph?
This is another photograph of a diagram, string, match, lid, metal, E. Again, this was similar to what we suspected to be maybe a bomb, a diagram of a bomb.
The next photograph?
It's another diagram. Inside the diagram it says metal and then the letter E again. The words are top, cap, lid, and then box below.
The next photograph?
This is more of instructions.
And I think you have this photograph on another page maybe that's a little more legible.
I do, yeah. This was folded up inside that chapstick tube, so there's a lot of creases and whatnot. So I tried to photograph it in a manner that could be read.
Okay, so we'll go to the next then. Is this similar to what we just looked at, and you photographed this again, I think, too?
Yes, that's a separate note also found within that chapstick tube.
So then we'll move on to the next. Is this how those appeared? Or is this just...
I believe those are just blank paper it was kind of rolled up inside.
Okay. Inside the chapstick tube?
Yes, sir.
Now the chapstick tube that you found, is it hollowed out?
It's hollowed out completely.
No chapstick inside of it?
Correct.
Is there a label on it?
No, the label is also taken off. It's just a white tube with I believe it was a green lid.
Okay.
But no markings on the outside at all.
So we'll go to the next photograph. Is this the chapstick tubes inside?
Yes, sir.
And the green lid beside it?
Correct.
Right. Again, a different angle?
Yes, sir.
Next photo. Is that it? I'm going to go back to this. Do you have, in that exhibit, is there a cleaner version of this?
Yes.
Can you read it for us, what this note says?
It says aluminum, powder, and I'm not sure what the next word is. Looks like CHLOLATE, 70% to 30%. Potassium nitrate, aluminum powder, and sulfur, 59%, 31.6%, 9.4%. Aluminum powder and potassium, I'm not sure what that word is either, PERCH, possibly an LORATE, 34.2%, 65.8%. Magnesium powder and potassium nitrate, 50%. Black powder, 75%. Potassium nitrate, 15%. Charcoal, 10%. Sulfur, ANFO, 94%. Ammonium nitrate, 6%. Fuel oil, FO, 1 gallon to 1/2 cup oil.
Now, when you looked into this, or did you look into what this may be?
I did. I simply Googled some of the words, some of the terms, some of the chemicals that were mentioned in the letter.
And based upon what you learned, what was your opinion about this?
Much of those chemicals are used for explosives.
And the next larger photograph that we have from the item, can you read that for us?
I can't read the very first word because of how it's put in the envelope here. Maybe nitrogen. So I can't read it from here.
If you need to take it out of there.
Yeah, if you don't mind. All right, nitroglycerin. Put the acids in the freezer before mixing them. It will, I can't read the next word, out with the heat. Add the 2 acids in slowly. It makes heat. Keep in cold ice water. Get 5 milliliters of sulfuric acid and nitric acid. Five milliliters of each to get 10 milliliters total. Then put 1 milliliter of glycerin in with the 10 milliliters. Keep in cold ice water for 30 minutes. Then pour all that 11 milliliters into a different beaker. Don't pour out the nitroglycerin at the bottom. Then add sodium bicarbonate to the rest of the nitroglycerin. Leave some water with the nitroglycerin when pouring it out. Then, with a dropper, take out the nitroglycerin and keep a dark space, no light area, so it does not explode, in a dark container. Dynamite, 40% nitroglycerin, 60% diatomaceous earth, 40 ratio 40 .60 ratio. 40 is the nitroglycerin. The 60 is the diatomaceous earth.
And again, what did you take that to appear to you as?
It appears to be instructions on how to make an explosive.
So this is the information that Alan provided to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
You took all of that information and you did you use it in your investigation to further it?
Yes.
Now, you said that you talked to him and you talked to Elise. Did they kind of give you a description of how Austin behaved at that time and around that time?
Yes.
What was their kind of generalized description to you?
That he did well in school, made good grades, went to school, went to church, gave them no real concerns.
Did they provide you any information about their family that when you began to question them about the home life that stood out to you as maybe something that potentially could have affected any of, been a cause for any concern in the defendant?
Yes, they mentioned that Alan and Elise were going to be separated. Their marriage was going to be separated.
Did they tell you, though, that they had discussed this and everything seemed okay in the family about it?
Yes, they mentioned they discussed it with the boys. They had mentioned there would be a joint custody situation, and they had discussed that with the boys.
Did they say that either one of the boys, James or Alston, had a negative reaction to this in any way?
They did not.
You said that you spoke to Alston's teachers and you reviewed his schoolwork, right?
We did collect all that, yes, sir.
Okay. In talking to his teachers, what was the general impression that you received from them, and if there were any red flags? I mean, you spoke to the ones that testified and some others, right?
I did not personally speak with them, but they were spoken to by members of the homicide unit. That schoolwork was collected as part of this investigation. Nobody mentioned any glaring red flags. Much of what we heard yesterday was the stuff that we'd heard in those interviews.
And you said that schoolwork was collected, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And some of the defendants' school records were collected?
Yes, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 20. If you will look at that, is that one of the school items that you collected or that was collected in your investigation?
Yes, it is.
And tell us what that appears to be.
This is a document from Power School for Knightdale High School for the year 2022-2023. This is Austin Thompson's GPA and rank within that school.
Your Honor, the State would move to introduce State's Exhibit 20.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
And what information is contained on there? You said it has his school rank and his GPA. Kind of tell us what it says.
It says Austin David Thompson, it's grade 10, has his school number, and it's and his date of birth. And for the date, the most recent date on the GPA was 9/29/2022, indicates he has a 3.875 weighted and unweighted GPA.
So that would have been less than a month before this event?
Correct.
You said that you spoke to a lot of people. Did you try to speak with all the neighbors and people to see if they had any interactions with the defendant?
Yes.
Did any of the neighbors give you any thing that seemed as a big red flag to you about the defendant's behavior in the neighborhood?
No, sir.
You reached out and got, I think we heard that the defendant's parents signed off to give you his medical records as well.
Yes,
Did
sir.
you get those?
Yes, sir.
Were you ever able to determine if the defendant had any medical issues that would cause this type of behavior?
No, sir.
You were not able to determine, or you didn't find any?
Didn't find any.
Okay. When you asked his parents and you asked everyone about this, did anybody say that he had to get mental health treatment or anything like that?
No, sir.
And were you able to find any records of any of that?
No, sir.
You said that you reached out and tried to speak to his friends. Tell us a little bit about that and what you were able to learn.
Well, if we were speaking to a teacher, the teacher may tell us, a couple of children that interacted with Austin, and then we would try to talk to them as well. And they would just simply say they knew him, but they didn't know him well.
Were you provided any friends from people in the neighborhood that knew Austin well?
No.
So were you able to locate any real friends to talk to?
No, sir.
We heard about this online community that he was a part of. Did you make any efforts to try and track down or gain records for people that he would have been interacting with online through the gaming world?
We tried, yes, sir.
Okay. And why did you do that?
Just in an effort to continue to find out if he had been communicating with anybody about this, And again, going back to why did this happen?
And through the means that you were able to do or achieve, were you able to find anybody or any information through those areas that shed any light on this for us?
No, sir.
Did you reach out to other law enforcement to have their resources used?
Yes.
What agencies were some of those?
We reached out to the FBI BAU unit to just try to get advice and help in this case.
Is that what is the BAU?
Behavioral Analysis Unit.
Okay. You collected various items from the home that would be digital and from the crime scene where the defendant was captured, correct?
Correct.
Lots of computers, the PlayStation, and cell phones, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you guys make efforts to go through and try to discover information on any of those items?
Yes, we did.
And you're not a cell phone expert, are you?
No, sir.
Or a computer expert?
No, sir.
But are you generally familiar with how all of that works?
Very generally, yes.
And when the people who are subject matter experts in those items and topics are able to get extractions, do you review those extractions at least in part?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And in this case, were you made aware of cell phone and computer searches that were made on the defendant's devices?
Yes, I was.
And again, I know you're not the expert in that, and so I want to keep this more general with you, and we'll address it further with another witness. But what types of things were you able to discover when you were looking through the searches that the defendant had performed?
In general, there were lots of searches on violent incidents, violent people, mass shootings, school shootings, serial killers. There were searches on law, on murder, law as it relates to juveniles, consequences, bank robberies, rape. There was a significant search history on violent acts and violent events that have happened in the history.
Did he search famous people that used bombs and things?
Yes. Yeah, he searched the Unabomber, Eric Rudolph, things of that nature.
Did those searches stand out to you?
It did, because they were individuals who committed mass acts of violence and then hid in the woods, which is essentially what he did. He committed a mass act of violence, had a book bag ready to go, which appeared that he was prepared to be in the woods for an unknown amount of time.
Now, you said that there were searches about the law and very specific searches about those things as they relate to juveniles, etc.
Correct.
Did you reach out to his teachers to find out if any of those searches or these serial killer or spree shooter searches related to his schoolwork?
No, we didn't disclose that to the teachers.
Okay. At some point, did you talk to his teachers about the types of things that they were doing? Not you, but the investigators. Did y'all talk to them about the types of things that they were doing in the classes?
Yes.
And in doing that, did any of them express any idea that these are the types of things that the students would have been searching?
No, they were not.
You said that he had searched things about mass and spree killings. Were there any searches in there that indicated searching for like the youngest or the most killings and things like those types of topics?
Yes, there were.
You say there were searches like that?
Yes, sir.
Now, you also talked about there being searches, or you didn't talk about it. Were there searches that you were able to look into to determine the types of things that the defendant may have been trying to purchase or looking to purchase?
Yes.
And what types of things were those?
Those things included weapons, knives, gun parts, accessories. There were also searches on ballistic shields, ballistic materials, things of that nature.
Now, when you talk about this and we're talking about these types of searches, are these like one-off searches, or to your understanding, were there significant numbers of searches?
There's a significant number of searches. I'm merely giving a general idea of what these searches are about. Detective Pike was able to create a report that was much more extensive.
Mr. Latour, we're going to break for lunch recess and resume at 2:30.
Yes, Your Honor.
And we'll pick up with this witness when we return. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Superior Court being recessed to 14:30 hours, 2:30 p.m.
We've got a few minutes, I believe, that Mr. Thompson is on his way out.
Yes, sir.
Be blessed.
All right, we're back on the record. I believe further questions, Mr. Latour, for Sergeant Tripp.
Yes, Your Honor. Sergeant, when we were talking earlier, I had asked you about some conversations that you had with, or that were had with the teachers at Knightdale High School that had interactions either teaching the defendant or knowing the defendant, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't personally do those interviews, fair?
I did not.
And I'd ask you a question about if there was an inquiry made of any of the teachers about mass shootings or reasons for the defendant to be researching any of those topics, and you didn't seem to remember or know if that had happened, and in fact said that you didn't share some of that information with them, right?
That's correct.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what I'm marking for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 21. You know what that is?
Yes, sir. This is a supplement to the investigation filed by Detective Harmon.
All right. And is Detective Harmon one of the individuals that, with the Raleigh Police Department, who interviewed the teachers?
Yes, sir.
Did he interview a Cedric McLeod?
Yes, sir.
And have you reviewed that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there's some orange highlighter on there. Will you read that section just to yourself really briefly?
Yes, sir. All right.
And having reviewed that, do you know if any questions were asked of Mr. McLeod about things that the defendant may have been searching, or if there was any reason for him to research those sorts of topics?
Yes, I see where Detective Harmon talked to him about that.
And what was the discussion between the two of them according to that supplement?
The discussion was the type of class Mr. McLeod taught Austin. That class was a public safety class, which is documented as an overview type of class of all public safety careers to include police, fire, and EMS.
And did they say anything about Austin's knowledge of or understanding of police and the criminal justice system?
Yes, it's documented that Mr. McLeod said that Austin seemed to know a lot about the subject of criminal justice and law enforcement.
Okay. Did he ask him if he had any interest in being a police officer?
Yes, the response is unequivocally no.
And further on in that conversation, what, if any, discussion was had about research?
Detective Harmon asked him about those topics specifically, and Mr. McLeod said there wasn't any class reason that Thompson would have been researching school shootings, mass shootings, robberies, or burglaries.
Okay. Now, Sergeant, we went through that note and that the defendant left at the house where he killed his brother. And in that note, there was some mention about the ammunition that had been used to kill James.
Yes.
What's your recollection about the statement in the note about that?
It was something to the effect of he killed James with a subsonic 22 that he stole from Cabela's.
Having that information, did you take any steps to try and locate or determine if you could verify that statement?
Yes, much like this, I did not do it personally, but we did have investigators check with the Cabela's about that statement.
And did you check? Again, I'll say you, and when I say you, I mean the proverbial you is in the detectives. Did you all check to see if there was video or any way to verify or disprove that that happened?
We did, yes.
And what did you learn as a group from Cabela's?
We weren't able to obtain any video. And we learned from Cabela's that ammo is often stolen from the aisles.
Okay.
They often find empty boxes.
And so were they of much help to you at all in determining whether or not Austin did or did not do that?
No, sir.
At any point during your investigation, were you able to have any sort of conversation or interrogation of the defendant?
No, did not.
And as a result of your investigation and everything that you all learned, did you charge the defendant with the crimes that he pled guilty to?
Yes, I did.
I don't have any other questions at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective Tripp, Sergeant Tripp.
Good afternoon.
All right, good afternoon, sir. Just have a few questions for you. We're probably going to touch on some of the same topics that you just talked about with Mr. Latour here. So whenever this event happened, these calls were coming in. I think almost immediately you had a call from Mr. Poole that Mr. Poole was coming to the police station to give a statement, correct?
Correct.
And about what time was that?
I didn't document the time. It was far after the calls came in. I was at home. I got called in. I came to work. He still wasn't there. So this was several hours after the initial 911 calls.
Okay, so several hours after that initial call, but still, Mr. Thompson had not been apprehended at that point.
Correct.
And you had listened to Mr. Poole when he came in here and testified on the Tuesday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you remember your interview, and like you can correct me on this, just like you had to correct Mr. Latour, and if you don't recall, that is also fine. But it seemed like you spoke to him about 30 minutes, 45 minutes, something like that.
Something like that. Yes, sir.
All right. And this was on like mere hours after the events that he watched that he was reporting these to you.
Yes, sir. Now that we're speaking, I remember distinctly when I went to interview him, Austin had not been apprehended, so it would have been.
Yeah. And I think at that point, just in your conversation with him, I think neither you nor he knew the extent of what you guys were talking about.
Correct.
And when he was talking to you about Austin, he had said that he was walking, and when I say he, meaning Austin was walking slow and nonchalant.
Yes, sir.
And was walking like a zombie.
Yes, sir.
And I now just want to talk to you a little bit about the note, and I won't reference it too much, but if you have it there, it may be helpful to you.
I do not have it here.
Okay. You may not need it, but if you do, just we'll grab it from Madam Clerk. You recall it being, we talked about it being stamped at 4:25, and when you say stamped, it's just the time that you attribute Austin putting at the top of that note.
Yes, I believe I used the term stamp, but all I meant was it was documented at the top of the note of time and date.
Okay. And almost like a journal entry, like this is the time and date that I'm purportedly writing this note.
Yes, sir.
And that seemed to line up with other things in your investigation, other things that you found.
Yes, sir.
In that note, he says he killed him, and he's talking about his brother at 4:20 or about 5 minutes off.
I need to see the note, but that sounds about right. Yes,
No,
sir.
we pass that to him, if you don't mind.
17.
17.
The pictures are 17. That's the full note.
Yeah, whichever one yours. Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
All right. Yes, sir.
And you're able to follow along with me now.
All right. Yes. Killed him at 4:20, about 5 minutes off, maybe.
And then he says that, and I might have to zoom into, and we try to decipher some of his handwriting together. but he kept breathing, so I stabbed him. He stopped breathing about 10 to 15 minutes later.
Yes, sir.
And around that same, I guess a little bit before that line, he said he hates humans and they're destroying the planet Earth.
Yes, sir.
Knowing that you talk to a lot of people and try to get as many collateral sources that you have for how Austin was feeling and what he was going through and what could have brought this about, you never found anything else that hinted at like any kind of extreme environmentalism or anything like that, correct?
No, sir, not from anybody specifically.
And nothing in his internet searches hinted at, I guess when you're talking about people destroying the earth, that being the goal or that being a stated interest of his.
If I recall correctly, I believe that was a search in his phone, more almost just like it was written in the note.
And he also mentioned that he had no goal in the note, correct?
Yes.
And that he was not suicidal, but also did not care if he lived or died.
Yes, sir.
But he didn't want to die, but it was going to happen anyways.
Yes, sir.
And then later, further down the line, it says, "Bye, Dad."
Yes.
But there's "bye" is misspelled. It's just "by" Dad.
There's a few misspelled words in the note. Yes, sir.
For sure. And just, I guess, going along with that train of thought, "I don't like you, Mom."
Yes, sir.
In any of the conversation you had and the searches and interviews that you had conducted, was there any kind of strife reported between Mom and Austin?
In interviewing both parents, it was apparent that he was closer to his father. Did activities with his father, hunted, fished, things of that nature. Didn't do a whole lot with his mom. Mom was in the house. Mom drove him to school, but certainly seemed a whole lot closer to his father.
And that seemed the same with his other brother as well, James as well. They did their activities with Dad, and Mom was handling the home stuff.
Yes, sir.
And similarly, never had any kind of noted issues with brother, them fighting, them falling out, them having any kind of physical exchanges or anything like that.
Not really. There was some damage to the wall in the house that was reported. They were wrestling, but more brotherly wrestling, not in a fit, not trying to hurt each other, just being brothers. Yes, sir.
It's nothing out of the ordinary. You say this needs to be documented. This is a clue to what was going on in their relationship.
Correct.
And Mr. LaTour just asked you about his reported in the note stealing the ammunition from Cabela's. And you said you did look into that just because, or not just because, but because you mentioned it and said if you could shore that up and put collateral evidence behind that, correct?
Right. It was a physical location we could go do some follow-up on, so we did follow up on that portion of the note.
And when Mr. Thompson was apprehended, he did have a good amount of cash on him, right?
He did, yes.
And I think Mr. Thompson reported that there were ammunition and guns strewn about the house.
Yes, sir.
And I don't remember the word you said. I think Mr. Thompson reported as a regular amount of ammunition. I think you used the word that you didn't think that is a typical amount of ammunition for people to have around the house.
I think I was asked if that was normal,
Right.
and I would say most houses don't have that amount of ammunition, but he did have a reason as to why he had that amount of ammunition.
And do you recall if he had various different kinds of ammunition and types and rounds?
Yes.
Are you aware if he had 22 ammunition as well?
I believe so, yes.
Then right below that part in his note, it's no regrets, and I think you would interpret that to mean regrets.
Yes, I have no regrets. It's spelled wrong, but that's how I interpreted it, yes.
We had mentioned the older Mr. Thompson as well. and I think you had said it with Mr. Latour, it's fair to say that they've been cooperative throughout this.
Yes, sir.
And I'm assuming in your training experience that that is not always the case when you have family members involved, and they may want to fight you, or not physically fight you, but not want to turn things over, not want to turn phones over, things like that.
I know what you mean. Yes, that's correct.
And, you know, you can still go through the process of getting a court order and a judge to sign off to get their phones, but it's typically easier if they just turn them over to you.
Yes, sir.
And they were willing to turn them over to you.
Yes, sir.
And they turned over their own phones as well, correct?
I thought that's what you were talking about.
Yeah.
They did turn over their own phones at my request.
Yes, and the phone from Austin was found.
That was something we found.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And it's important to go through and make sure there's nothing of evidentiary value on their phones where maybe Austin is talking about something or going through something and they don't report it to you or they don't remember, where you need to be able to see it for yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's, don't want to put words in your mouth, but it's I guess an interesting position for you to be in, because the Thompson family is both accused Austin and also the victim of this.
Yes.
And Mr. Thompson had kept in enough contact with you when he found something in Austin's room that he thought you may be interested in. I think at that point he is represented by an attorney, so went through the attorney to get you that information.
That's correct.
And in that chapstick tube, when you're going through and the pictures that we saw that you would think you would purport to be a bomb or some kind of explosive once you look them up. Once you Google them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm just talking about the ingredients.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
With that, when you just Google ammonium nitrate and aluminum potassium, is that just not a deep dive for you to take?
It's not a deep dive, and it pretty quickly gets into an explosive type material.
And thank you for that. It's not a dark web thing or anything like that. It's just when I plug this in, this is what's going to come back to me from Google.
Yes, sir.
Did want to talk to you some, I think with your experience and the amount of murders that you worked, officers can, with their training and experience, determine what kind of wound someone suffered or what kind of weapon leaves a mark based on, by looking at it. Obviously you want to do more research to say this is what it was, but you can look at something and know whether it's a shotgun or a small round or a larger caliber round. Is that fair to say?
Sometimes, yes, sir.
And we had talked to seen the forensic evidence and seen the autopsies of the shotgun slugs that were used throughout this event, correct?
Not slugs, there was buckshot.
Thank you for that, because
yes,
there's different kinds, but the buckshot, I think we've heard a couple of times, shoots out 9 different 9mm bullets, and maybe I'm not a gun guy, maybe getting it wrong, but we saw that kind of damage and destruction that those do, especially to human bodies or flesh.
Yes, sir.
And Austin suffered a self-inflicted shotgun wound as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were not able to see it. I think the drone was looking at him in a short period after, but it's your guys' belief that he shot himself with a shotgun buckshot.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that caused a severe injury to him.
Yes, sir.
And he spent the next 3 weeks in the hospital.
He spent longer than that in the hospital.
And I locked him in that because that's what Dad was saying. Do you know how long he was in the hospital?
I do not, but it was longer than that.
Okay. And during that, if you recall, was he charged? When was he charged? After he was, I guess, released from the hospital, or was he charged prior to that?
I took out petitions on him pretty quickly.
Right.
He was unconscious, still in the hospital. At some point, I went back and filed additional petitions.
Yes, sir. And all during this time, he was under the guard of someone from RPD.
Yes, sir.
There was not an opportunity for him to leave. He wasn't going to be left alone, and he was maybe not aware that he was formally under arrest yet, but he was definitely detained and was not going to be able to go anywhere.
Yes, sir.
And it was during this time you were reported that Austin was making, I think you said, inappropriate comments and doing finger guns and asking to tase his dad and stuff like that.
Those are some of the things officers that were watching him documented. I myself did not watch him at all during that time. Those are things that other people reported.
And I think we had kind of started with that with Mr. Latour. You were the lead investigator. I think everything funnels up to you, and that's how you're made aware of it.
Yes, sir.
And looking at all these videos that enabled you to kind of trace the steps of Austin from his front door into, I guess, the barn where we see the culmination of these events. At least initially, he leaves his home, and I would say fairly immediately starts shooting. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
It's within the first few seconds of him coming out of that door.
Yes, sir.
And at least until he gets to the barn where he conceals himself, and I guess going through the woods as well. And when he's walking around the streets of Hedingham, he was in the middle of the street shooting at people. Is that fair to say?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Was he ever concealed behind something or shooting at people from behind a car or taking a defensive position in order to attack people?
As he's walking through the Hedingham community, no.
And you got to the point, I guess, eventually it becomes that where he was concealed in the corner of that barn, but while this initial event is happening until he was pinned down, he was walking down the streets of...
Well, he's walking down the streets of Hedingham until he gets on the Greenway.
Yes, sir.
He follows the Greenway Trail because we know there's 2 more victims on the Greenway Trail.
Yeah.
Once he crosses that bridge, we believe him to go into the woods. And at that point, he is absolutely not out in the open until he has to.
Right.
And then he goes right back into the woods.
Gotcha. And when he has to is when we see that video. Is that the video of the trailer park?
Yes, sir.
And at that point in time, were you ever able to see who he was, or were you ever able to communicate to whoever he was talking to when he was saying there's a shooter over there?
We did.
And did they give you any further information besides that guy said there's a shooter over there?
No, and I wasn't somebody I spoke to. I just recall that we made contact with the gentleman whose camera it was, and then also a person who he was speaking to.
And at that time, Austin was still armed and still had shotgun shells, but was sitting there communicating with him as opposed to continuing to fire upon these people he's talking to.
Correct.
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Sir.
Further questions, Mr. Latour?
I just want to ask a couple clarifying questions, possibly. There were some questions, Sergeant, about one of the witnesses telling you, describing the way he walked as a zombie. How did you take that when he was explaining that to you?
I took it as face value. He was describing this gentleman walking in front of his house slowly. But that is what a term he used to characterize what he was seeing. So,
did you take it as someone who was disassociated or walking around aimlessly like a zombie, or just the pace at which the person was moving?
I took it as the pace. We also were able to review video later showing him kind of move quickly across Black Wolf Run and then eventually slow to a walk. And that's how I interpreted it.
And is that the location where that witness who used the word zombie was referring to how he was walking?
That's very close to where he would have seen him walk.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sergeant. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just for the tour, I believe you handed up an exhibit that is not admitted.
Yes, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes, sir. Further evidence for the state?
Yes, Your Honor. If I may have 1 second. The state recalls Sergeant Pike.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Pike. Place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right. Face me on the pledge.
You solemnly swear the testimony you give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I swear.
Thank you. May be seated.
Sorry, Your Honor, I'm just getting set up. Okay.
Mr. LaTour.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, when you get a moment, and now that you're situated, if you'll tell the judge who you are and where you work.
My name is Robert Pike, R-O-B-E-R-T, P-I-K-E. I am currently a sergeant on D Squad for the Raleigh Police Department in field operations. Previous to that, I worked in the Technical Assistance Response Unit's Digital Forensics Lab. I worked there for approximately 6 years. From there, previously I was on an intelligence unit where my primary job was to do digital forensics and electronic evidence gathering for that unit, who primarily dealt with human trafficking, counterterrorism, things of that nature. Before that, I was a detective on the Raleigh Intelligence Center, which is now the Real-Time Crime Center for the Raleigh Police Department. Previous to that, I was a patrol officer in Southeast Raleigh. I've been a detective for 23 years.
Sergeant, a good chunk of your time you spent and still do spend as a forensic examiner, is that fair?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about your training and experience in forensic examinations?
Sure. So I have been doing digital forensics in some form since 2002. I started off with interning with the North Carolina State North Carolina Bureau of Investigation, the SBI. During that time, I was an intern in their financial crimes unit that was beginning to get into the field of digital forensics. I then went into the police department with the intent of working in the cyber crimes unit, which was a unit inside of the Raleigh Police Department. I enjoyed working on digital evidence and doing those things that brought evidence to investigations. And I continued my education through that. I eventually became certified from a company called Cellbrite. Cellbrite is a company that originally was made to obtain information from a phone. When you would go to, say, Verizon or AT&T and you would get a new phone, the phone would have contacts in it. And back in the day, it was very difficult to take those contacts and transfer them over to another phone. So Cellbrite came up with the capability of transferring that information over. They also saw that there was a need in the government field for doing mobile forensics. In 2007, we had the advent of the iPhone. When the iPhone came out, everybody started using it through the years, and it became a very popular item for people to have in their lives. So there was a need for forensic analysis with that. So I became certified in conducting extractions through Cellbrite. Since then, I've also obtained other certifications. I am certified through the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists, also known as IASIS. IASIS is a group of nonprofit digital forensic examiners. Most of them are government digital forensic examiners, and they do digital forensics throughout the country. And so I am certified through them. I am a computer forensic analyst through that, or a CFCE. And I also have their mobile forensics certification, as well as their Windows forensics as well. So I also have a master's degree from the School of Engineering and Computer Science in University of Central Florida for digital forensics.
Do you teach this sort of stuff as well?
I do. I teach around the world. I've been lucky enough to teach down in Germany to London to federal agencies across the country. I've taught at the DEA. I've taught at the Secret Service facility down in Hoover, Alabama, the National Computer Forensics Institute that's run by the Secret Service. I teach down there, so I've been blessed to do that.
And have you also had the occasion to testify and be tendered as an expert in the topic of forensic examinations?
Yes, I have approximately 7 times through both state and federal.
This time, Your Honor, the state would seek to tender Sergeant Pike as an expert in forensic digital examination.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
His testimony will be received as proper.
Well, Sergeant, at some point, did you become involved in the investigation from the Hedingham murders and assaults that we are here having the sentencing hearing about?
Yes.
And were you provided, as a part of your involvement, with digital information relating to the case?
Yes.
Did you get cell phones, computers, etc., and attempt to do downloads of them?
Yes, I received over the course of days multiple items from many facets in the investigation.
2 of those items, would they have been the defendant's cell phone that was collected from him and a laptop computer that was identified as belonging to him?
Yes, one was a cell phone, an iPhone 11, and the other one was a MacBook.
And did you perform or attempt to perform extractions of either or both of those items?
I did.
And were you able to get downloads or extractions from those items?
Yes.
How many, did you get everything on the first extraction, or did you have to do multiple extractions?
So we had to do multiple extractions, and the reason for that is in the beginning we did not have his PIN code. The iPhone has built into it security parameters that keep the user data from being accessed without a PIN. Because of that, we were only able to obtain something called an after first unlock. and kind of go through the process of this and how this works. When you do an extraction of a device, there are a few ways at which you could get information. The first way is a logical extraction, and this extraction is very basic. This is when a person has given you their PIN code and it is using essentially application program interface to communicate with the phone. Now, that just simply means that it's analogous to like rules of the road, right? The rules say you have to abide by these parameters and you will get information from the phone. And so we use that as a quick way to get information, but this obviously requires a person's consent and as well as their PIN code. So the second way to get information, or the second data set that we get, is a file system extraction. And this type of extraction gives us information from a phone that you would often see if you were to look on the C drive of your computer. These are files and folders. Some of them have no real user value. They are just either settings or associated with programs. And so you will have that information as well from a file system extraction. The next one, which is due to some security features in a phone, is called a full file system extraction. And this is when you are able to obtain everything that is in the phone. If you were able to make an image of, say, your C drive in your computer, it's the same as doing that with the phone. Most modern computers and most modern phones nowadays have a encryption scheme called a file-based encryption, which protects each individual file. So it makes it very difficult for us to get deleted information from what we call unallocated space, and without getting too deep into that process. And so particularly with Austin's phone, we had the ability to get what's called an after first unlock. And so the way that works is there's a door that protects the user's data on the phone. That door stays open after you put in your PIN code. There now is a time limit, but back then we didn't have that time limit, to where that door closes. But if we were attempting to get all of the data, we would need to have his PIN to open up extra areas that are protected. That door was still open when we got Austin's phone, so we were able to get about 70 to 80% of the actual data that was in the phone. There are some areas that are very well protected that require the PIN code of the phone to open up all of that information. And it's using specific keys in order to do that, so that it can protect that information. But for Austin's phone, we had just gotten what we call an after first unlock. And so we really wanted to be able to get every bit of information out of his phone. So what we did is we contacted Cellbrite, the company who is the provider of the tool that we use to gain access to his phone, and they advised that they had a method, which we call an exploit, to get information out of his phone and potentially get us the PIN code. His phone was sent to them, and they were able to give us the PIN code to his phone. Prior to that, they actually sent an engineer from their company to our police department to help us, and they were unable to, at that time, get us into the phone, but then eventually, when we sent it to them, they were able to get us the PIN code. It was a few months later. They gave us the PIN code, and then we were able to get that full file system extraction from the phone.
Now, all of these things that you're doing to the phone, do they in any way affect what you're getting out of the phone? Meaning, do they change the data that you're retrieving from the phone?
It doesn't change the data that we're retrieving from the phone, but mobile devices, particularly modern day mobile devices, are continuously moving data. So there's always going to be some changes, but none that are going to affect normally the user data. There are some databases that have time limits, and if we go too long, we can lose some of that information. But luckily, we were still within our window of about 30 days to get that information, particularly location information.
So ultimately, when you did these extractions of the defendant's phone, were you able to get the best extraction that you possibly could out of it?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got that, did you go about taking efforts to figure out what was actually in the phone?
Yes.
And were you given kind of a couple of parameters of things that you generally will look into?
Yeah, so some of the things that they had asked us to look into were communications, things that go into the mens rea, if you will, of the individual who did this. And we started looking into searches. Because of the sheer volume of the data, oftentimes we will have the investigators assist us. Because there's also other cases that then come up for us, and they are the subject matter expert in that event. But for this particular case, we were really trying to see if there was anybody else he was communicating with, and B, was there any information about his state of mind at the time.
And to do that, did you look at his internet searches?
I did.
And you looked at whatever communication he may have had?
Yes.
And did you look at his the location data that you were able to get from the phone?
Yes.
When you got into the phone and were looking at the internet searches, were you able to gain access to those?
Yes, I was able to gain access to them.
The information that you were able to get from those internet searches, did it include in an easy to access way times, dates, etc. for when searches may have occurred on that phone?
No, mainly because there was very limited information in the histories database. So the iPhone as its default browser, for those who don't know, a browser is something that you use to get on the internet. And Safari is the default browser for iOS. The amount of data that was in the normal database for the Safari browser was very limited to that day. There were a few searches that were in the actual history of the Safari database. So we had to go into a different database associated with Safari. That database is called a favicons database, or favicons.db. Now, to understand what these are, if you look at the tab that is created by your browser, there's usually a little icon that shows up in your browser. These are called favicons, and they're usually labeled favicons. The browser keeps track of these favicons in order to not have to download them over and over again, because they're little images. And sometimes those images don't actually conform to the requirements of the browser. So it keeps track of some of the URLs through that. And I was able to obtain some of the URLs that were visited using that database. Some of them only have timestamps associated when the database was created. Some of it is when the favicon was, if there was an error in the favicon, the rejected area inside of the database. So I had to also rely upon another method for obtaining times inside of the searches. The way that I was able to pinpoint some of the Google searches is inside of every Google search, or almost every Google search, is a what we call base 64 data. And this is just simply encoded data. It's normalized for a URL, which is what is created when you search something in Google. The URL contains that base 64 data, which contains a timestamp. That timestamp is able to be read It's in what we call Unix time. It's number of seconds from January 1st of 1970. And we can take that number from that actual bit of information inside the URL and determine when the actual session occurred for that Google search. So, for example, when you pull up Google, it will timestamp that, and that timestamp is notated in the URL after an EI equals. We know this due to research. A gentleman who worked at Google, he was a digital forensic examiner for Google Security, put out a research paper regarding this.
And so let me ask you this, that's a kind of standardized thing in the field that people know about this now and it's accepted?
Yes, it's generally accepted as a way of obtaining the date and time from a URL from Google.
And so did you go about taking all of this information that you were able to find in these EIs and in the URLs and the Google research that they had done and apply those to the searches and in Google that were done on the defendant's phone?
Yes.
In doing that, were you able to ascribe dates and times to searches that you may otherwise not have been able to readily identify?
So I was able to give information about the session. So that is the time that the Google page was opened. And through my training and experience, most people will then type into the Google search. But it's not the exact time of the search itself, but of the session of pulling up Google, if that makes sense.
But it wouldn't be before that session?
No, it wouldn't be before the session.
It would certainly be, the search would be done after whenever the Google tab was open?
Correct.
Okay. And did you generate, in this case, a detailed report of searches and search topics that were done on the defendant's phone?
Yes.
And also in that report, did you generate location data for the phone?
I obtained the location data from the caches. It was a SQLite database called cache.db.
Okay, and so the location data of the phone was found on the phone and you memorialized that in your report?
Correct.
Did you also utilize the health and fitness features to figure out distances traveled for the device at certain periods of time?
I did.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what I've marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 22. Will you take a moment and look at that?
Okay.
Is that the report we were just talking about that you generated?
It is.
Your Honor, the State would move to introduce State's Exhibit 22.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. What has not been talked about is that this also contains extensive history from a MacBook that, as far as I can tell, has no documented activity past 2020, and most of which is in 2019. I object to the MacBook being included in this, and even more specifically, part of that search history includes some porn records from 2019 that feel completely inappropriate to be a part of this report, and so I object separately and distinctly to those.
Mr. Latour, is there a foundation for the MacBook?
I can lay that very briefly. Similarly to the searches that you did, or not the searches, the extractions that you did in the defendant's phone, you said that you had a MacBook as well, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to make a download or an extraction from the MacBook to obtain the information that you included in your report?
I was.
How did you go about doing that?
I created an image of the hard drive. It was an older version of the MacBook, and we were able to actually pull a hard drive out of it. As many of you know, there's not hard drives in MacBooks anymore. So I was able to pull the hard drive out of the MacBook and then do a bit-for-bit copy of that hard drive. After that hard drive was viewed, it was then put into a program called Axiom. Axiom then decoded the information inside of that image that was created from the actual hard drive.
And the information that you retrieved, did it change whatever was inside of that MacBook that you imaged the hard drive from?
No, it was not.
Did you include all of that and in this report?
Yes, there's a tab in there regarding the MacBook.
And the search history that you've included in there is the search history that you can attribute to that device?
Yes.
Okay. The state would renew its motion to include State's Exhibit 22.
All right. So with respect to the MacBook in general, I'm going to admit the information relating to that, although at least a portion of the objection relates to the proximity and time of that information to the events that are the subject of this sentencing hearing. I will agree that 2-year-old or greater porn searches have very little probative value or relevance to what we're talking about today. And so I will tell you at the outset that I will assign almost no weight to that information unless the state tells me why I should.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
May I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have a copy of the report
Yes,
for
please.
you to follow along with.
Thank you.
Sergeant, in looking at your report, you were just talking about the favicons and how those are described. Is that contained on page 7 of your report?
It is. It goes into an explanation as to how the favicons work inside of Safari and how some of this information was obtained out of it.
And kind of the front end of this report, does it include what is essentially a supplement or a recitation of how you went about doing some of the things that you did and the databases in which you utilized, what they show and how they help you?
Yes, sir. It provides a kind of a walkthrough in showing the tables and databases I used inside of the tables inside of those databases.
Now, in looking at the phone that you were provided that belonged to the defendant, were you able to, in looking at that, and I'll direct your attention to page 6, to page 5, were you able to get kind of identifying information about the phone?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to get some information such as an email that would link it to the defendant?
Yes.
At some point, were you able to determine when this phone would have initially been activated?
Yes, the setup date for the phone was the 13th of November 2019 at 02:54 hours.
Now, at some point when you were going through the searches and the search history of this phone, were you able to find search history or things that would indicate that the phone had been set up before that date?
No.
Okay. In looking at the phone and your examination of this phone, did you at some point create a chart that kind of categorized topics that you would look for throughout the phone?
Yes.
How did you go about doing that?
I pulled the links out of the favicon database and I started to go through and attribute types of information associated with shootings, things that were associated with potential bombs. It took quite a long time to get all of that pieced together, but they were essentially searching for topical information inside of those URLs and trying to drill down into them.
Okay. And on page 10 of your report, did you generate a chart that illustrates some of the searches or search topics?
Yes.
And in looking at that, did you are you able to quantify in any way what you have classified as gun searches?
Yes.
And how did you quantify that?
Through the term guns, shotgun, AR-15, a continuation of typing of different terminology to find those, and then keeping them in. Did a lot of this in Excel and kept it counted as a sum of those particular topics.
And for gun searches, what was the number of searches or interactions that you were able to locate?
1,302.
And is there also a search category that you generated named bomb-making materials?
Yes.
What is the number for that?
263.
Did you also generate a search about law searches concerning assaults, rape, murders, manslaughter, assault on law enforcement, crimes against LGBT community, home invasions, burglaries, etc.?
Yes, 148 was the number.
Unabomber case information, is that a topic?
Yes.
And what was the number for that?
49.
How about police scanners?
39.
Various styles of knives?
37.
And police codes?
33.
Serial killers to include Jeffrey Dahmer and Ed Gein?
30.
Torture techniques?
25. I'm sorry, 30.
And the serial killers, is that 32?
Yes, 32. Sorry.
School shootings?
25.
Mass shootings?
19.
Carrying concealed laws?
15.
Political affiliations of residents and addresses in Clayton?
15.
Bank robberies?
15.
Inquiry into bank vaults? Wells Fargo and Bank of America vaults?
15.
Tortured cartel members?
14.
Active shooters?
14.
Homemade suppressors?
12.
Can I shoot people scenarios?
10.
Banks, parks, schools, and pools in Knightdale?
9.
Statute of limitations per state?
9.
Police codes for active shooters?
8.
Shooting ranges?
6.
2011 Norway attacks?
6.
Uvalde shooter?
5.
Image searches for the interior of Knightdale High School?
3.
DNA inquiries and how to dispose of DNA evidence?
3.
Police shootings?
3.
Living off the grid?
3.
Residential searches for Knightdale?
2.
Shooting on interstates?
2.
Shrapnel velocity?
2.
Bodies in Lake Mead?
2.
Shooting rifled slugs through a smooth bore?
1.
And military techniques?
1.
Now, in doing that, did you also go in and include in your report specific things that were, I think you referred to them as rejected sources?
Yeah, so inside of the favicons database is a table called rejected sources, and these are favicons. Remember, again, these are images that have been rejected by the browser. Either they don't conform to the right size or color coding, and the database will keep track of that actual URL that was visited and the favicon location as well. So this actually contains an actual timestamp of when that particular URL was visited.
Okay. And so I'll kind of skip around in here, but I'll direct you. How many pages of your, is it 2 pages of those that you've included?
Yes. So it should be page 11 and page 12. There's actually 3 and 13.
Sorry. Are these all of the ones that existed in the phone, or are these just ones that you chose?
These were ones that are relevant to the nature of the crime.
Yeah, I'll point you to page 13 at the bottom, in the very last column and row. What are we looking at?
On page 13 at the very bottom, the very last one is the last date and time of the rejected favicon. And for this particular URL, it is dated the 13th of October 2022 at 18:32 hours. The link is email alerts, breaking news email alerts, Raleigh police responding to active shooter near Neuse River Greenway.
Now, is this something that the defendant would have had to interact with?
Very possibly, yes. It's not 100% positive, but it could have been a link that is associated with a URL close to this particular URL. So they have to interact with the domain in order to get a potential favicon error.
Okay. And the time you said is 18:32. What time is that?
That is 6:32. This has been changed over to our normal time zone. So.
And these other, I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 others on that page. Generally, what are those all relating to?
These are all relating to different types of shootings, one of which is the Buffalo shooting in Buffalo, New York, which was a mass shooting that occurred there. There's also a video where the individual in that shooting live streamed his shooting to the public using a platform called Twitch. Twitch is often used by gamers to live stream. And so there was quite a few searches for that. There's searches for Pennsylvania cop killer driven to murder by his father's anti-government rants from the Washington Post. That's in there twice. Then in the Washington Post, you have Uvalde, Texas school shooting gunman. That was viewed twice. Bath Consolidated School Massacre, Uvalde, twice in there as well.
Now these dates on these range from May 16th of 2022 up until October the 13th of 2022?
Correct.
On that page alone?
On that page alone.
Now the next page, which is page 14, you have that as Google search, and it's under the heading of police. Is that one of the topics that you categorized a bunch of searches under?
I did.
Police-related searches?
Yes.
Now these, the last column that you have says search, and it has information listed there. Are these things that would have had to have been inputted into Google as a search from that device?
Yes. So Google catalogs the searches. It actually determines what type of search you're doing. So when you search for something, say Raleigh, and they will do what's called a predictive search. It will try to predict what you're actually looking at. And inside of the URL, it will tell us in the URL whether or not it was what you actually typed or if it was something part of what you typed. And then it did a predictive analysis on trying to figure out what you were searching. Most people, when you've Googled something, will notice that Google will begin to guess what you're trying to search. And so my example of Raleigh, it may do Raleigh and then show you a search of Raleigh, North Carolina, which people will search. So it will, in the link, show a Q equals, and then will also show an OQ equals. The Q equals is the actual query that is sent through Google. The OQ is the original query of how that person has what they have typed. Now, if they type the whole thing out and don't use a predictive search, it will just have a Q. And so it's a way to determine whether or not that individual has clicked on a predictive search or not.
Now on this page, the dates that we're looking at are October, well, it's got two different dates, right? It's got this October 13th, 2022 with a time, and then there's an EI colon and time. Is the EI colon time the more accurate time?
Yes, it's the more accurate time. If you recall me talking about the base 64 encoding inside of that URL. And so base 64, to try to explain this a little bit, is taking information that would be in what we call binary. Binary is the way a computer talks, right? Zeros and ones. It takes that information and it makes it into something that can be put into a URL. Generally, URLs can't interpret binary information, so it takes that and it puts it into this base 64 encoding. And if you were to look at it, it would just look like a bunch of letters and numbers, right? But that EI actually has a meaning. It has a session meaning, and we can take that base 64 data and translate it into a session's date and time. That date and time is independent of the time on the phone or computer or whatever you use to search Google. It actually gets its date and time from Google's servers, so it is highly accurate.
All right. So in that case, if we're looking at the first column or the first row, the EI time is October the 1st of 2022 at 13 hours, 41 minutes, and 13 seconds, right?
Correct.
And that search was what?
Do people inside the police station respond to a school shooting?
All right. And then if you keep going, and so that would have been a search that was done on a session opened at that time.
Correct. And you could actually see in the full URL, we have an OQ. It's kind of the third line down in the URL where it says equals. Do people inside the police station respond to a school shooting? That is exactly what the defendant typed into the actual search box.
And then going down a little bit further to the fourth row, what is the search and, well, let's go to the fifth row. What is the search and time for that?
Do police go in the woods to search for an armed and misspelled, I believe this was dangerous, but it's spelled dangerous suspect? The time on this is October 5th of 2022 at 20:15 and 52 hours, which would equate to 8:15 and 52 seconds. Sorry.
And in fact, the next two searches, dangerous is spelled correctly.
Correct.
Okay. And they're minutes after that first search.
Yes.
Okay. And there are other searches, obviously, within this, and you didn't include all the searches on the phone in this report, correct?
No. If I recall, there were over 20,000 links that were in the actual database itself.
You created a search section as well for legal searches, or those searches that you categorized as legal topics that the defendant was looking into?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll skip ahead to page 16, which is the Google section of that, and I would draw your attention to the last of those rows, and can you tell us what the search was and the date and time, if there is one for that?
The last search that I have on page 16 is for the search of murder, and the EI time is November 1st of 2020 at 8:22 and 36 seconds.
And the next page, there are multiple searches, which is page 17 for about essentially legal consequences. Can I shoot someone if I fear that person's life? How much time do you get for aggravated assault? How much time would you get for manslaughter? Can I shoot someone trying to burn down my house? Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay. And those kind of continue on and include topics such as rape and what the punishment for that would be?
Correct.
When you were looking into the defendant's phone and his searches, were there any crimes that he searched over and over that stood out to you?
He searched aggravated assault a few times, armed robbery, bank robberies, murder, rape in particular was searched quite a few times.
And I'll point your attention to page 19, the third row. If you can tell us what the search was and the date and time on Google for that?
So this one was on July 2nd of 2021 at 1938, which is 7:38 Eastern Daylight Savings Time. The search is, if you murder someone, how long is it until you can't be charged with it's TRH, murder.
And then seconds later, does he look up the same thing, but for instead of murder, it's spelled RAOE?
Yes.
On page 20, I'll point you to the second column, or the second row. What is that search and date and time?
The date is July 13th. I'm sorry, you said the second one, right?
Yes.
Okay, July 13th of 2021 at 16 hours and 47 minutes, which is 4:47:25 Daylight Savings Time. And the search is, what is capital murder?
And on page 21, the second row, what is the search for that?
The second row here is on July 28th of 2021 at 4:10 Eastern Daylight Time. The search is, what is first degree murder?
And what is the search after that in the next row?
Minimum sentence for first degree murder.
Is that the same day?
Yes.
Seconds later?
Yes.
Skipping ahead just to page 31 of your document, and I would point you to the second to last search. Can you tell us what that search was?
This is on May 3rd of 2022 at 4:01. And the search is, how many years is a life sentence without parole?
And the next page, page 32, the first full row, what is that search and what is the date and time?
This one's August 31st of 2022. It at 3:43 Eastern Daylight Time, and it says, or the search was, can juveniles get the death penalty?
The next big topic that you searched, or that not that you searched, but that you included in here of searches, you have listed as bomb-making materials. Is that correct?
Correct.
And were you present in the courtroom when we were looking at those notes and things that the defendant's father had provided to Sergeant Tripp?
I was.
And when you heard or saw what was contained in those, were those things also contained in searches that you found on the defendant's phone?
Yes.
In various locations?
Various locations.
And I think one of them is what, ANFO, do you know what that is?
That's ANFO.
And,
I believe it's an explosive.
okay. And are there searches for that?
Yes.
And to include, I guess on page 40, the search of what is the FO in ANFO?
Yes.
And that was done on October the 30th of 2020?
What is the FO and ANFO was done on October 30th, 2020 at 1:29 Eastern Daylight Time.
And you've included various pages upon pages of these types of searches for various bomb-making materials.
Correct.
Fair?
Yes.
And is this all of the searches
No.
in the phone?
No. There was quite a few. There were over 20,000 different links that were in the phone. Had I printed it, it would have required a cart to bring it.
Now, skipping ahead to page 60, you have Google searches, and under this one you've included mass shootings as the title. That's at the bottom of page 60.
Yes.
And is the search inquiry at that time the worst mass shooting in North Carolina history?
Yes.
When was that done?
That was done on January 4th of 2020 at 22 hours and 42 minutes and 40 seconds.
On page 61, I guess midway down, is there a search for are most mass shootings done with illegal guns?
Yes.
And is that done on September the 25th of 2020?
Yes, September the 25th of 2020. 14:13 is the session time.
And then, are there various searches throughout here of pictures of dead bodies from mass shootings?
Yes.
Including on page 62, dead body picture of Orlando mass shooting?
Yes, this is one of the shootings that occurred in the Pulse nightclub shooting is what I believe he's referring to.
And the next thing you've included after that is North Carolina or NC mass shooting?
Correct.
And that was from December 21st of 2020?
Yes.
On page 63, does it appear that he's searching and looking for that Buffalo mass shooting video at various times?
Yes.
And then on page 64, is there the last search there before you get to the school shooting section? Does it say mass shooting today, North Carolina?
It does.
When was that done?
June 10th of 2022.
Then you go into a section that you have a subset of that, I suppose, that you've included about school shootings.
This is correct.
And discussions about various different searches for deadliest school shooting.
Yes.
To include one on January 23rd of 2020. That would be on page 65.
Yes. Deadliest high school shootings.
And then he continues on and searches things to include Uvalde school shooting like we've discussed, right?
Yes.
On page 68, does he search Wake County, North Carolina school shooting?
Yes.
And when was that done?
September 21st of 2022.
The one right below that, what is that search?
Fastest school shooting in America.
When was that done?
September 24th of 2022.
The last search on that page, what is that search?
Do people inside police station respond to a school shooting?
And when was that done?
October 1st of 2022.
And then the last of those searches you have is on page 70, and are these searches that you have indicating the Knightdale High School pictures or school pictures?
Yes.
And those searches were done on January the 3rd of 2022?
Correct.
Now, you don't know what the search was for, why that search was done, but why did you include that here?
Mainly because there were searches for school shooting and a lot of interest in school shooting, and I knew that the suspect had attended Knightdale High School, and he was actively searching for photos of Knightdale High School.
Well, Sergeant Pike, you also provided the state in this case an Excel spreadsheet that contained a lot of data from that phone. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you describe for us what that Excel spreadsheet was and how it differs from what we have in this report?
Before we get to that, let's go ahead and take a mid-afternoon recess. It's 5 minutes past 4, and we'll pick up right there. So.
Yes, Your Honor. Superior Court being recessed 15 minutes.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Latour, would you repeat your last question and get us started, sir?
Yes, Your Honor, I'll try to remember it exactly, but it was something to the effect of, at some point through all of this, did you provide the state with a Excel spreadsheet that contained data related to the cell phone extraction of the defendant's phone?
I did.
And can you tell us a little bit about what that Excel spreadsheet contained and kind of where it came from?
Sure. The Excel spreadsheet contained the list of links that were in the again, the Favicon database. There was over 20,000 of them. I tried to narrow them down a little bit, as well as to normalize some of the dates and times. And what I mean by that is taking the time that is in our Unix time, our minutes from January 1st of 1970. So I put those in a format that a person could read, as well as interpreting the EI time that is in those links, so that you can see also the time for the search session. And in those, I also took out the actual raw EI data that is in that base 64 encoding again that I was talking about, so that in the event a person wanted to take that information and actually convert it into a readable format for timestamping, they could. And the last part of that was my attempt to grab the search string that was in there, the Q equals string, which was what was typed or searched in the actual browser for the Google search, what was searched inside of Google. So it was my attempt to normalize it and to provide it to the prosecution and as a tool for you guys to siphon through to look and see what was of evidentiary value that you felt necessary to present.
So everything that's contained in this spreadsheet was contained in the phone?
Yes.
Okay, you didn't change it or alter it to make it read a different way, meaning like change the content from the searches?
None of the content was changed, no.
You also, and this is skipping ahead a little bit, provided the state with a video that you created illustrating the location of the phone. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in doing that, did you embed some of the videos from the investigation?
I did. My intent in doing this was to show a very accurate path of where Austin had traveled. Inside of a phone, there is a database called the cache.SQLite database. This database maintains location information at a very granular level. And the way it does it is your phone has three methods of obtaining this information. The first method is what we're all commonly used to. It's GPS, the Global Positioning System. The Global Positioning System is a constellation of satellites that are constantly sending out a signal. That signal contains in it a time of flight, when that actual signal left, where the satellite is, and your phone reads that information and is able to determine how long it took that signal to arrive at its phone. It then uses something called trilateration, where it uses circular circles essentially to determine, now that it knows the distance, where you are. And if you take more than 3 of those circles and put them essentially on a map, you will see where they intersect is where you actually are, and we call that trilateration. It's a method that's used not only just for GPS, but in the second method that most of these carriers or most of the phone manufacturers use to obtain your location. The second method that they often use is looking at people's Wi-Fi. Everybody in their homes nowadays has some form of Wi-Fi. That Wi-Fi too sends out a signal. That signal can be read. It could read the time that the signal left the access point, and it also has a signal strength. And so most of the carriers use, and not only just the carriers, but the phone manufacturers, Apple, Google, they all use this as a method of obtaining your location. And using Wi-Fi is a lot less energy consuming. Most people know that if they turn on their GPS to get directions, it will reduce the amount of battery life in their phone. So nobody wants to have a phone that only lasts an hour or two. So they just found another way to use some of that same technology and mathematical equations, the distance equals rate times time, that is used to obtain the actual location of an individual. The last method that most phones use is to find the closest cell tower and use that as another method of obtaining location data. This is done for many reasons, mostly for providing you information that's relevant. And for example, if you were to look up a movie and you got search results for movies in Los Angeles, that would not be relevant to you. So the phone tries to use your location as a method of providing you good information. In the iPhone, and in particularly that database, that information is very quickly purged. It's it can last up to 7 days, so it's very important to get a quick extraction on the phone. We were lucky enough to get that information, and is highly accurate to showing where a person is during that time, during the time that it's aggregating that information. So I plotted that information into a Google Maps and provided the radius of information that's associated with it. So there is a bit of error in both GPS and in the Wi-Fi process of obtaining your location. Some of it's caused by atmospheric conditions, the bouncing off of buildings, things of that nature, which can cause an error rate, but the error is pretty low. The last time I checked on the GPS.gov website, it is about 95 or 96% accurate. So it is constantly tested for accuracy by now the Space Force. It used to be the Air Force. So it's very accurate. I think most people can attribute that your Google Maps doesn't take you to Australia as you're trying to get to your house. So it's very accurate, right? And I use that information to also pair it with the events that occurred that day that we knew from witness identification, from video, and put it into a video to try to bring about a good path and a highly accurate estimation of where Austin was, or his device was at that time.
Okay, and the first portion of that, is that contained at page 72 when you're looking at States Exhibit 22?
That is correct. One of the things that's also, this database is also capable of doing is estimating your speed in meters per second. And you could see that there, some of it is movement. If it has a -1, that means that it did not obtain any speed during that time. And you could kind of see it as unknown. I try to normalize that too into miles per hour for the us Americans, essentially, so that we can understand it.
When you're looking at this, what's the highest speed that the defendant's phone got up to?
0.54 miles per hour, I believe, was the highest. Or no, there was actually one in here that is almost 3 miles per hour. Or 3.66 miles per hour looks to be the fastest. The other column that is of interest in this is the horizontal accuracy in meters. So these circles that you see on page 72 that will show that horizontal accuracy, and I try to explain it in the video a little bit more as well, that the device can be anywhere inside of the radius of that horizontal accuracy. So when you look at it and it's shown, the center is not where the phone is. It's more of anywhere inside of that radius is where the phone could potentially be.
And so at some point, you also were able to look at the device and determine how far it had traveled between a set period of time, correct?
Correct. There is another database that is inside of the phone that contains health information, the Apple Health data. This information is aggregated whether an individual signs up for any kind of health information. It continuously is aggregating this. There's steps, how many steps you've traveled, or I'm sorry, how many steps you've gone up, how many feet you've traveled, and during each part of it's aggregating this information. And so you can take that information and narrow it down to a specific time frame and estimate the distance that a person has traveled.
And in this case, you did that?
I did.
And what was the time frame that you used?
I used the from 1,600 hours on October 13th of 2022 to 1,800 hours. Those kind of narrowed down into when he became stationary. And the resulting information was that he had traveled about approximately 4 meters or 2.422 miles, which also was, when I plotted out the data from the location data in Google Earth, was almost exactly the same.
And so you included all of that information inside that video that we talked about, right?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit number 23, which is a thumb drive containing the Excel spreadsheet just discussed and the video that was created containing this information.
No objection.
I believe she said no objection.
I did. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. Yes, it's submitted.
So, Sergeant Pike, you have your laptop opened up, is that correct?
I do.
And we've got State's Exhibit 23 pulled up, the Excel spreadsheet. We would ask to publish that on the big screen for Your Honor. Yes, sir. So, when we first opened this up, Sergeant, it's kind of organized in a certain way, and at certain points you can reorganize the columns by chronologic order, correct?
This is correct.
Okay. So when we first open it up without touching it, because if you reorganize it, it will change the margin line, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we'll leave it as is. And I want to first direct your attention to margin 2537. Okay. Not 2537. I apologize. My notes was wrong. Let's do this instead. Let's try another one to make sure that my margins are correct.
Okay.
And search 28749. In looking at that margin, 28749, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Sure, let me get to it still.
Can you see up there?
Yeah, I'll just look up here.
All right.
If you scroll to the right there,
Column 4, what is in column 4?
you can make it just a little bit bigger. If you go to the bottom right and just make it a little bit bigger. Kid kills his brother and parents, or I believe it says has.
Okay. And are we able to, if we scroll back over to the left, figure out when that was searched?
Yes.
When was that searched?
That says September 13th of 2022 is when the session began.
All right. And do you know if we do a controlled F, if it will take you to that margin if you type in the number?
Yes. Well, it will also, if you, with the information as well, but we could do, my margins are just a little bit different for some reason.
Let's try that and try 28592. Maybe it won't take us there. And in looking on the big screen here, you can probably see it because we're there if you haven't made it there yet.
I got it.
All right. What is the search time for that event?
That's going to be September 10th of 2022.
And what is the Google search at that time?
Do most people scream after being stabbed in the neck?
And now I'll direct you to margin, and that's something in column 4, what we see there, that's what was inputted by the user.
The user for the search, if we take a look at this one, where it has the Q, if we kind of scroll to the right, we should see if there's no predictive search, you won't have an OQ, but if there is, you'll have an OQ, which is your original query. It doesn't look like we have one, so it would just be what that person typed in there.
All right. And now I'll direct you to margin 28201. And at 28201, I guess 28202 and 28203 there, what are the searches?
Can someone talk when their voice box is cut?
And then the next line?
Voice box in the throat.
And is that the same for the next line?
Yes.
And just above that, I'll come back to that one, but while we're at these searches, is there U.S. camouflage manufacturer?
Yes.
How to counter thermal imaging, is that one?
Yes.
And then what is the average response time to a SRO, of a SRO to a shooter?
Yes.
Okay. And scrolling back over for 28201 just to see what the search time was on that. What are we looking at?
You have your August 28th of 2022 at 4:09 Eastern Daylight Time.
This might take us a minute to get there, and we're going to jump around and come back, but margin 7518, we can go to that. 7518. And what is the search done at that margin?
The Anarchist Cookbook.
Do you know what the Anarchist Cookbook is?
Yes. During my time on the intelligence unit, we often had to deal with individuals who identified as anarchists. this book was written for the purpose of conducting essentially guerrilla warfare. It has information about how to hide and use what we call operational security, where you're hiding the things that you do so that the government doesn't find out. One of the things that makes it particularly somewhat dangerous is it has information about how to make bombs. So it can be a kind of a way to educate yourself on that.
And when was the search done on that? Are we able to tell?
Yeah, so it was, so there's no, it doesn't have an EI next to it. So it was when the database was modified is essentially what we have as that timestamp there. So no, we're not really able to tell.
Okay. But at some point you can tell that that search was inputted in there and it was searched.
Correct.
All right. And I will next suggest going to margin 2848. One second, Your Honor. If you will look at 28-248, I'm sorry, I left out a 2. What is the search at 28-248?
Humans destroying the planet.
Are you able to determine an input time in that for that search?
We can see a session time, which is August 30th of 2022 at 18 or 6:38 hours Eastern Daylight Time.
We'll next try margin 29316. And if we scroll over, what is the search there?
What does it mean to hate society?
Can we tell when that search was done?
October 4th at 8:16.
Is that 2022?
Yes, of 2022.
And margin 29069. We don't have a EI time, but what is the search on that line?
That search is stopping mass shootings. We do have a published time from the website, which gives us May 2nd of 2022.
Where do you see it says stopping mass shootings?
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe am I on the wrong one?
I don't know. 29069. Was there?
I'm sorry.
Was
yes.
there a search in there that was for stopping mass shootings?
There was.
Okay.
This one is mass shootings shooters who hate society. This one does not have an EI time, but there's one that has similar search above it, which does.
What is that EI time in search?
That is September 26th of 2022.
And what is the search?
Mass shooters who hated society.
And I think a couple of lines above that, does it say does Miranda have to be read when arrested?
Yes.
And that's another search?
That is.
And another search for Beslin Massacre, just below what does it mean to hold your own?
Yes.
And some searches for toxic masculinity.
Yes.
And worst school massacre in the world.
Yes.
And usacrime.com below that.
Yes.
Now, finally, I would ask you to go to 28858. And at that margin, what is the search?
How fast does a .22 or 22 have to go to penetrate a skull?
And when was that search done?
That was done on September 20th of 2022 at 0609 hours.
Now I'm going to ask you, if you will, to reorganize the chart in chronological order, if you will, from the last search that was done on it first.
Okay.
So I think that's what, Z to A, if you're searching it.
I'm sorry, just for record purposes, if we're going to reorganize, can we save as a new database on that exhibit? I want to make sure that the record's clear about what we're looking at.
I think the record is clear that I said we've opened this document up without adjusting it at all, and now we are adjusting it to organizing it from the time Z to A.
The problem is we're referring to margin numbers, which if there's any change in that original document is not going to be accurate.
Every time you open the document back up, it reorganizes back to its default setting. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But are you going to refer to margin numbers now when it's reorganized?
Your Honor, I think that it's clear for the record that the margin numbers will be different because it has been reorganized, and we've explained why that is, and that it reorganizes every time the document is opened back up. It will go back to what we were just talking about as the margin numbers, and if you sort it from Z to A, it will be these margin numbers.
I am concerned about there being differences in what we're talking about here and what is done later on. I would just ask that a new document be saved in the format that it's reorganized. You can call it exhibit, A on the thumb drive.
All right, I think, so we're dealing with an interactive exhibit, namely an Excel spreadsheet that is designed to be manipulated in the way that Mr. LaTour has requested it be manipulated. I'm not sure simply saving another copy accomplishes what you're asking for. It will still be an interactive document that can be manipulated like any other spreadsheet. But I'm sensitive to your desire to have an accurate record that matches the transcript in this case. And so, out of abundance of caution, I will. Who has Mr. LaTour?
We have it here.
You have the court exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. let's go ahead and just simply save a copy of that as Exhibit 23 and reopen it. And once you've done that, we will save the next version that you've reopened and manipulated as Exhibit 23A.
Okay, if I may have a moment to try and
Yes.
accomplish that. We have reorganized it so that the margin in timestamp, or the timestamp in margin 3 should say 10/13/22/18/31/56 Eastern Daylight. Second column.
I'm sorry.
I apologize.
The margin 3 should say 10/13.
Yes, 10/13/22/18/36/56 Eastern Daylight Time. Column 2 is https://ABC11.
So
And we've saved that now under the title Refined Search Data numeral 2.
all right, very good. You saved it on the same thumb drive.
On the same
So there
exhibit.
will be 2 files with this full Excel spreadsheet, one organized. One was the original, one we were just talking about. And now you've reorganized it, whether it saves that way or not. But it addresses the concern you have. All right, very good. So let's proceed now with this second version or reorganized version of the same Excel spreadsheet.
So we would publish that, Your Honor. And Sergeant, I will point your attention to this. Now, do we have this as whatever the last interactions with the phone should be at the top of the spreadsheet?
The timestamp is, again, when the information was added to the database, so the database changing, the modification. So it doesn't necessarily mean that is when the site was visited for these particular, the first few, but is more of a timestamp for the database modification. So.
But from margin on this screen, margin 11 down through 26 has EI times, and so those would be when those sessions were open.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. So then in looking at this, the first, if you will, kind of, I guess before we get to the EI times, what are the, they all appear to be abc11.com URLs, is that correct?
Yes, the first appears to be 8 or I'm sorry. Yes, 8 are all abc11.com URLs.
And can you read for us what those, in those URLs after abc11.com, what the article content would be about?
So the first one is abc11.com/tag/man-killed. The next one is just the abc11.com domain. The next one is abc11.com/tag/homicide. The next one is abc11.com/amp/Nightdale Special Olympics Spring Carnival Shooting. And then a reference number after that. abc11.com is the next one, /amp/shooting/Raleigh/hotel/quality inn, quality/inn /118194747. The next one is abc11.com/tag/police-officer-killed. The next one is abc11.com/amp/wake-sheriff-chase-policy-crime/ and a reference number. The last one in reference to ABC11, abc11.com/amp/Raleigh-NC-active-shooting-New-Greenway / string of reference numbers.
And so then I suppose we've made it to row 11 and row 12. Those include EI times and dates, correct?
Correct.
And what are the EI times and dates for those?
Those are October 13th, 2022 at 1800 hours or 6 p.m.
And is that the date of offense that we're here dealing with?
Yes.
And if we scroll over those Google searches?
Both of them are active shooter NC.
And then looking down a little further at 21, 22, and 23, what are the searches at that point?
21, 22, and 23 are, do police go in the woods to, it's carch, but I believe it meant catch, or the third one is search, if the third one down here. A armed and dangerous suspect, and the last one on the third one on the bottom is for a armed and dangerous suspect. These searches were conducted on October 5th of 2022, around 8:16 p.m.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't have any other questions about this now. I would like to talk to you briefly about the video that is also contained in State's Exhibit 23. You've kind of explained how you set that up. What was the purpose of you setting that up?
The purpose of me setting that up was to show the actual path based upon the information I know existed inside of the iPhone, so that we can get an accurate representation of not only where he was, but when he was there, and to pair those up with key events inside of that actual, inside of the events those days. So to bring clarity to the whole event in total.
All right. Your Honor, at this time the state would ask to publish the video contained on State's Exhibit 23.
Yes, sir. Are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
What you see to the right is a picture of Austin's phone. That highly accurate database is the cache.sqlite database. And for each yellow circle, you'll have red, which indicates the horizontal uncertainty for our accuracy. Again, in this video, you can see each yellow circle has a red tint to it, and his device was in that location, anywhere within that circle.
There's a shooter over there. There's a shooter over there.
I don't have any other questions at this time, Your Honor.
I can start, Your Honor, but I'm going to have a lot.
Okay.
Apologize.
Hold on. All right. We will then go ahead and recess for the afternoon. We'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Officer will ask you to make yourself available at that time, and we'll resume with the cross-examination of this witness. We'll stand in recess until 2:30. Counsel, I do need to confer with you just briefly about what this little shooter wants break down court. We'll just meet my chambers briefly.
Your Honor, just wanted to confirm the time for tomorrow.
9:30 tomorrow morning. Sir.
Yes, Your Honor. Superior Court being recessed till tomorrow morning, 09:30 hours.